Hello to all the early heads in chat. It is Thursday, but with your boy Hugo. It is always Friday. It is very good to see you all. Batina i samo batina. Starting us off with some Croatian rap, because why the fuck not? Starting us a song about how being a fucking redneck is actually very based. Let's go.
U meni Zagora, stojim na Dinari, kraj mene Krkani, se sami Ivani, pršut na stolu je, gemištam silazi, od litre vina mi, skačemo po livadi, nakon par bokala podižemo atmosferu, skidam se do pasa, pivamo gangu i reru, materi sam reka da razvaliti se neću, alu
Happy motherfucking Thanksgiving to those who are celebrated, but more importantly, happy Turkey Day to all those who celebrate it every day. For Turkey number one, Turkey eternal, God bless Erdogan, the great Turkish soldier, shall never fall. Hello, chat. We are starting in a couple of minutes. Welcome to all the early heads. It is Turkey Day. It is indeed Turkey Day. Welcome to yet another Yugopnik experience. Starting in a couple of minutes. Welcome.
Hey gang, this episode
Opa! Turkija.
Ti uzalud nosiš lance oko vrata, narukvice i prstenje od suvoga zlata. Ti uzalud nosiš lance oko vrata, narukvice i prstenje od suvoga zlata. Sve možeš da mi daš.
Jer si mafijaš.
Sve
Možeš da mi daš,
ali neću s tobom, jer si mafijaš.
Was this picture TOS friendly? Very 1980s. If it wasn't nudity in the 1980s, then it's not nudity today, baby. Welcome, 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 everybody. It is very good to see you all on this beautiful, beautiful Turkey Day. It is, as you all know, a great tradition of our people to sit down and remind ourselves why we have everything that we have. It is a day when we give thanks to the turkey, to the great savior of most of the world's people, and the great Santa Claus at its helm, Erdogan. So let us all sit together and solemnly thank our great Lord for all the privileges bestowed upon us. Erdogan, Tayyip, whatever the fuck. Welcome, chat. Happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate over in the good old U.S. of motherfucking A. It is me, your boy Hugo. I'm back for another Chud stream, a Turkey Chud stream, and no, we will not be talking about Turkish Chuds because there are none, because Turkey is the eternal superior state, eternal superior culture. I am a simple janissary, and I should sit and be grateful for having been allowed in the great, great tradition of eating kebabs and coffee and shit. Thank you very much, Shannon1. Welcome to the community, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is good to see all the OGs in chat. Gabriel Hellborn, Good Lennon, Gay Lennon, Bad Lennon, Simp Lennon. Hello, Aiden. Hello, Gabriel. Hello, Abortion Now. Hello, Dar L. Hello, Red Lena. Hello from Romania. Yo, my Romanians. Are you going to get fucked? Are you going to elect that guy? I hope not. Hello, Odaboy. Merhaba, Yoldash. Merhaba, Yakshamar. What's up, Miu VDV? Hello, Lima Cone. Today is the 28th November, and I am back with you. It doesn't matter if it's Christmas. It doesn't matter if it's Eid. It doesn't matter if it is Thanksgiving. Here with YugopnikTwitch, it is always a goddamn motherfucking Friday. Today we have a classic Chud watch. I see a lot of the other streamers covering Hassan going on Pod Save America, so in my usual Balkan contrarian self, I will not do that at all, and I will talk about something completely irrelevant to the most popping off topic on Twitch at this current moment. Indian here. Hello, my beautiful Indian. I hope you do not call me a cumskin pigskin today. Who knows. Okay. Don't say hi to me, please. I will not. My least favorite chatter, Jokula. Everybody, please bully him intensively. We do not like Jokula. The fact that he is a VIP, please ignore that. He is a filthy, filthy Balkan Slav, and as we all know, we do not appreciate that ethnicity here in YugopnikTwitch. We simply worship it. Welcome. So, yes, in my usual fashion, I will not cover absolutely anything that is highly relevant today, such as a streamer guy that I love going in a podcast that is very cringe. So, spit on me, yes, spit on you indeed. Instead, we will have a nice little Chud watch. We will talk about the online gaming epidemic. We will talk about two Elon Musk-related topics, the degradation of even the most basis of commodities, the vehicle, through the Tesla hyperdrive of turning it more into a toy than something that is supposed to take you from A to B in relative luxury and comfort. I'm going to talk about the idea of selling you minimalism as a way of life that is pleasing to your soul, while at the same time pretty much making you obsess over commodities, just instead of making you obsess over them in the sense of you want more of them, you will obsess over them by limiting how many you interact with. It is The same shit, just in a different package. Hourly reminder to drink water. Thank you, champion. I refuse to drink water. That is a forbidden substance in my country. Please do not encourage me to consume illegal substances. Today, the drip is very simple. It is the program merch, baby. It is the program merch. Look at this beautiful shit. Look at this beautiful shit. Look at this shit. It is so good. It is so nice. It is so clean. Look how nice the print is. Holy fucking shit. It is a very good, a very nice, and by many. Hello, Polaris. Oh my god, this reminder won't go away. Thank you very much, Polaris. We have only a couple of days left before we hit that end of November. So I do encourage you to shower me with those subscriptions because we want to hit that 2,000. Thank you very much, Comrade Richard, for the 11 months as well. Comrade Richard, one of the genuine OGs, one of the rare ones with the 11-month child soldier. Anyway, Hype Train, true, very motherfucking true. Today I'm not doing the you buy 10 gifts, you get 15 because, well, I gotta, you know, draw it out a little bit. It's gotta be a special event when it happens. It's not supposed to be every day. And also I don't want to go bankrupt off of Twitch streaming. It's not a very enjoyable experience, even though our great jihad against advertising will never cease, especially now that I'm making pretty much $0 from ads. It is very strange. Anyways, yes, we will also thank you very much, Jocula, for the 10 gift subs. I still hate you, and you should go fuck yourself. I guess like Jocula appreciates this type of relationship, so I will continue it. Jocula, you suck. I don't like you. Barry Balls, I love you though. I love you very, very much. Thank you for the 20 gift subs, baby. Thank you very, very much. That is very kind of Barry Balls. That is your what? Your fucking. Doesn't even tell me here for some reason.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
That is your 24th gift sub, indeed. And thank you for the 9 months as well. We have a child, and instead of me paying you for alimony, you are showering me with ads instead. Already level 7 Hype Train. Thank you, Barry Balls. I love you. And go fuck yourself, Jocula. I don't like you at all. Anyways, no, I love you, Jocula. You know our toxic relationship will forever continue to grow in spite of your awful, awful personality, looks, and culture and way of life. But other than those three things, you're kind of nice. Okay. Jocula is here for the humiliation king. Chat, please spit on Jocula. He will shower me with subs in return. We'll also talk about something that's covered, but not in the lens from which I would like to cover it. The incoming ceasefire between the non-existent state of Israel and the beautiful eternal state of Lebanon. But we will look at the cope of chuds reacting to that particular thing, especially our favorite Zionist here on Yugopnik Twitch, Ben Shabibo, baby. Ben Shabibo, 60-day ceasefire in Israel, ceasefire explained. We'll watch that later. I can't wait for the cope of the Israeli IDF, basically having had their shit handed to them and now deciding to do a temporary ceasefire, which is not a real ceasefire, as it would apply to other countries, because as we know, Israel can somehow be in peacetime while genociding its domestic population and violently attacking the sovereign states that surround it. And also we're going to talk about a very strange thing. I saw the video. It's always been a fascination to me because I have met quite a few so-called conservative socialists, especially in my part of the world, that hold very backwards social ideas, homophobes, racists, and so on, but that do believe in class consciousness. It is a very unnerving experience. It is like seeing water that is on fire. It is like seeing, checking out a perfume at a store and then, huffing the smell, and then the only thing that comes out is farts. So we're going to cover that as well today. So yes, it is a Chud Watch today. Welcome. Oh, can we hate Elon Musk first? I nominate him for sacrifice. We absolutely can. Let us start out with a video from my boss, my employer, my daddy, my eternal king, the love of my life, one who cannot be replaced by any other. Indeed, JT from Second Thought, the certified fucking freak, the certified king of the online left space over on YouTube, the motherfucker with the 1.8 milli on his fucking wristwatch, also known as subscription count. Thank you, Dar-L, you fucking darling, for the 300 bits. Comrade, I'm curious. Someone watched to join your co-op Means TV, how could they go about it? Or maybe some kind of apprenticeship, learning the skill to be able to have the ability to agitate. I mean, probably if you hit people up from Means TV and you offer to lend them your services as a comrade, they would be most likely open to it. And if there are no currently open positions, they would keep you in mind for a moment in which such a position arises. I think you have nothing to lose but your chains when it comes to emailing Means TV, which I will be joining in January, actually. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Comrade Yugopnik, when will we have you in Brazil? Brazil mentioned. Probably the second most famous Balkanic here since Petkovic played in Vitória and Flamengo. Thank you very much, my friend. I would love to come. Do not come. I will come. I really want to visit Brazil. And no, it's not because you're the most beautiful people on the planet. Not at all because of that reason. No, I genuinely have always enjoyed Brazilians and Brazilian culture and just... I mean, I've always said it, the Balkans is South America of Europe, and South America is the Balkans of the Western Hemisphere. Thank you very much, Dar-L, for the 300 bits, and thank you, Madden Footy, for gendering that emote. Thank you very much, and thank you for the level 7 hype train, especially to my lovely berry balls and my shitty piece of shit, Jokula. Thank you very, very much. Anyways, let us start off with my boyfriend, my boss, who said you can't do both of them at the same time. Good old JT from Second Thought. Why is Elon Musk the way he is? Let me give you a small spoiler, because money, okay? The man has created a company that pretty much completely is completely leveraged on rumors and on hyperinflation of his stock. Almost everything he does is cut into two categories. It is either out of a very personal sense of I both want to be a billionaire and a good guy, but it's around 20%, and 80% it is the very real class interest coming from our boy, which is, I gotta keep this company afloat. So in order to do that, when you've created a company basically on rumors and on say-so and on enough people believing that what you say will happen, you have to dig deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into your own shit as the years pass on in order to keep the facade going. Just like any good old... criminal organization. Thank you very much, Red Herring Thief, for the community sub, you beautiful son of a bitch. And thank you, Yeet the Rich, for joining the community. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier. It is very nice to have you here. Okay, JT makes me have second thoughts, of course. I mean, forehead a bit too big, but the curls really make up for it. Who knows? And do not ask me. I am tired of replying to it. Are his pubes also curly? I have seen them, and I refuse to state because it is a national secret of the hidden international communist Fifth International. Okay? Indeed. Let us continue.
Hey gang, this episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and snag
I love
a nice
Means
little
TV, and
discount
I'm
as a thank you
joining
for
Means TV, but have you, 10 years ago, would you have ever expected to hear a sentence the first anti-capitalist streaming service? Holy fucking shit. What a mouthful, bro.
supporting my channel.
Elon Musk
Elon Musk?
Heckler posing as a
As we remember, the Avengers of the conservatives have unified. If the Avengers of the conservatives exist, which
Wonderful.
one
A new
is
child soldier.
Elon Musk,
I mean,
Chad?
subscriber.
Thank you, CMS, for the gift sub, you fucking legend. Thank you very much. Which one is Elon Musk? Is he Captain America? Because he's kind of like, I mean, they're all useless, but he's the most useless one. So he's the guy with the arrow thing. Iron Man? No. That's too cliche. Come on. That's too cliche. He wants to be Iron Man, but he's not Iron Man for sure. He's Elon Musk. Twitch is great, just now getting notification. Yeah, I keep getting fucked by the notifs. It's okay. Hawk to Eye. We are calling him Hawk to Eye. He is Hawk to Eye. Elon Musk is the Hawk to Eye of the Avengers. Equally useless, but gets almost the same amount of screen time. The definition of every billionaire in mainstream politics.
free speech warrior.
Black Friday 50% off annual to help support comrades. Thank you very much, Dar L. Thank you very much for the 200 bits. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Huh. Yeah, Elon's kind of a weird little guy, isn't he?
And you know he's little as well. You know he has the weirdest looking dick. We don't body shame here, etc., but it's a billionaire, okay? You know his dick looks hella weird. I'm sorry that I'm already starting, I will never be a mainstream streamer, okay? Because I talk about gooning and cocks too much. But you know but I'm fully going with it. You know that Elon has an exceptionally strange looking penis.
If you only kinda kept tabs on him.
But time to be alive. It's midnight in Japan. Let's go. Welcome our Japanese comrades. Welcome to a conversation about Elon Musk's cock at midnight.
Decade ago, you knew he had this reputation as a Silicon Valley internet super genius. A slightly awkward guy who was focusing on decent things like solar panels, electric cars, and online banking. Not great vibes, sure, but on the whole, harmless.
You're a super villain.
Over the last few years, though, a lot of people have noticed that he's morphed into what looks like a whole new guy. A guy who tweets over 60 times a day, but wants us to believe he's well-adjusted and that being the CEO of 3 companies is hard. A red-pilled, incel, alt-right, men's rights advocate.
Here, the answer of him becoming hyper cringe can go in 2 directions. Either he was always hyper cringe and now he got access to a platform that he basically owns. Or the latter is he did a monumental shift in what he defines as his main demographic. And one thing you need to keep in mind with businessmen like Elon, his main thing is not communicating the value of Tesla and his other corporations to direct customers. That is a classic capitalist model. He instead, the main way he makes money is by communicating to investors and to the stock market in general. He wants to define it as a valuable enterprise for himself and for them. He wants to continuously make sure that potential investors, and as I said, the whole market, he wants to make sure that they believe that in the long term, this thing will grow. That is the whole pitch. It is not a client-focused company. It is so hyper-capitalist that it is exclusively investor-oriented, stockholder-oriented.
Weirdo somehow running one of the internet's 3 websites, aggressively boosting racist
And many would say, but aren't all companies that? Yes, they are, but they inflate their value by being really good at selling particular things or creating particular things that a lot of people want. So how a normal company works is they make a thing. They sell a lot of that thing. They become so big, they become publicly traded, right? Tesla takes it the other way around. They hyperinflate their value on the stock market, and then because of that, they become very popular, and the customer thinks because of that, the product is good, and they start buying the product because it is a highly valued company. It is a complete redo of of the classic approach on how you grow a particular enterprise, which for us as Marxists should be hella funny, really, because it shows that at this point, the market, the main thing we were promised by the market is, the companies that are going to be doing really well are those that are capable of making a really, really good product, and the market will react to that. He doesn't do that. He doesn't make good products. But he is one of the richest people on the planet. How? By quite literally selling the idea of a good product to the market believes it, and that allows him to grow. So it's just like moving numbers, and moving numbers, and moving numbers. And that's how you get one of the most valuable corporations on the planet. It doesn't work. The baseline, to repeat myself, basic promises of what the market was supposed to deliver to us as not just working class people, but even consumers, is no longer being addressed, because capitalists have realized, like himself, that you can make a hell of a lot more money by just pitching to the market instead of the everyday Joes. Forgot to mention that he gets so many handouts from the government. Don't even get me started on that. The way the government decides which enterprises, now even like completely not talking about socialism, we're fully in capitalist mentality here. The way the government decides who to give money to and who deserves to get money as a private enterprise is based on what? Market estimations of how well it is going to do. So if you manipulate the market into thinking that you have a highly valuable company, you automatically get the government on your side, because they think that you must be a valuable company if the market has decided you're a valuable company. But that, of course, was not enough for him. He had to take it one step further and actually ingrain himself with the current administration. If you added up the real productive capability of all of Elon's possessions, BYD would still beat his ass. Of course. But that's because BYD is a very, very different company. The defining characteristics of Tesla is that people joke about them exploding or self-driving into crowds of toddlers. Yet line keeps going up, brother.
Conspiracy theories, and maybe even getting tapped.
Literally the world's biggest welfare queen is the world's richest man. Make it make sense. Yeah, you can't.
For a high-level government job.
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
And that shift has got a lot of people confused.
Is anyone else wondering what happened here?
It's highly unusual.
I find it really off-putting.
Completely different from anything we've seen before.
I could have never predicted this political transformation.
Oh my God, you couldn't have predicted that a billionaire would act in his self-interest and that he never really believed in anything except line go up? I love liberal podcasts by The New Yorker. Oh, yeah.
Never got to the bottom of that, and I don't think anyone has.
And it's not hard to see why, right?
It's not what he did, though. He took advantage of EV tax credits in California to build a business initially. I'm talking about what he's doing now, not what he did initially. I'm talking about how he's growing it, my friend.
Over the years, Musk has pitched himself as everything from a progressive on climate policy to an independent, politically moderate humanitarian to a centrist who believes an anti-civilizational woke mind virus is a real thing, and most recently, as one of the most prominent bankrollers of the far right. But if this is confusing for some people, for others, there's a simple explanation behind Musk's hard right turn. It's the insane amount of time he spends on Twitter, or the
What happened to Elon Musk's father? That's hilarious.
Pandemic, or his daughter's transition, or a pro-LGBT law in California, or that time everyone found out he assaulted a flight attendant, or how he just keeps getting divorced and then loner posting. If you...
I remember seeing this live. It was fucking magical. You know that Elon Musk once retweeted me? I doubt I would be able to find it. But Elon Musk retweeted a random picture of me posting like Mongolian kids being very cute. Elon Musk, Yugopnik. It was a very surreal moment. I was like, what the actual fuck? Wait, Yugopnik? Wait, Yugopnik Mongolian. Let me see. Okay, so it was this. Okay, I doubt we can find them underneath, but it was this. I posted this. I don't know, just some Mongolian kids hanging out. That was literally the post. Look how cute they are. It's ridiculous. Right? And then you can't search. You can't search, but if I was to search Elon, like he retweeted this. He literally did retweet this. Can I search here? Elon? No, because it needs to load continuously because the everything platform is not really everything. It was very surreal. Elon. This guy, whoever that is, but wait, where is Elon? No. I mean, it's got a lot of reposts, so we will never find it, but you have to notice me. You have to notice me. You have to trust me on the fact that Daddy Elon once noticed me, okay? I remember being in a bar and like being like 5 beers in and like seeing a notification pop off. And see, Elon Musk just retweeted your post. I was like, dude, what the fuck do you put in this goddamn beer, bro? Why am I tripping?
Start searching through the last few years of headlines, there's about a dozen theories trying to explain how Musk suddenly became this guy. But I think they might all be wrong. I actually don't think there was a radicalization moment for Musk. No, I think everything coming out of his mouth today is a direct result of an ideology he embraced well over 20 years ago. In fact, if we rewind...
Like the Macy's Thanksgiving parade is the only time I'll see a red star in a parade in the U.S. Yeah, I watched the Macy's fireworks for 4th of July in New York this year. It was okay. I've seen bigger fireworks, but it was fun to watch. Comrade Macy's, thank you for your service.
A few decades, we might actually get a concrete explanation for what's behind all of Silicon Valley.
You know, in science futurism, there is this thing called the Fermi paradox. As part of that, the thinking turns to great filters, civilization killers. Things like suicide pact technologies, etc. Nobody's mentioned that we're already in a suicide pact. Okay, that's interesting. Chat, we're all in a suicide pact.
Valley following Musk into crypto-fascist land. We need to talk about Silicon Valley's politics.
I would say the key thing...
Which is money. Oh shit, блядь, что кой курац, ебоte. Cables being overturned. Okay.
To understand when you think about the politics of Silicon Valley is that it really wants to position technology as being the way that you solve problems in the world, right?
We spoke with Paris Marx, the host of the podcast Tech Won't Save Us. And here he's talking about a political ideology called cyber-libertarianism. A, quote, bizarre mishmash of hippie anarchism and economic liberalism beefed up with lots of technological determinism. It's the defining credo of Silicon Valley, to the point where, for a while, it was known mostly under the name of the Californian ideology. People
yeah, bro, the Californian ideology, bro.
Who subscribe to this idea, mostly tech bros, insist that stuff like AI and the internet can do basically anything and offer us, quote, endless opportunities for achieving wealth, power, and sensual pleasure. And therefore, anything that stands in the way of that simply must be removed. And there's a lot wrong with that idea.
A lot of the problems that we face are inherently political problems, but that means that the government needs to get involved to do something about it. And the CEOs and the executives in Silicon Valley certainly don't want that to happen, right? And so they want you to believe that the way that we solve problems is by tech companies rolling out new technologies made through the free market, right? Because that works for their interests.
They are actively addressing the contradiction that their soul is screaming at them about. And that is that they want to, at the same time, continue being the problem, aka being unfathomably godlike, wealthy cretins, while wanting to save the world. It's Sauron level shit. But at least Sauron was honest about his shit and was like, orcs badass, let's kill things.
And
talking about killing things, in exactly 45 seconds an ad will play. The first of today. Avoid that ad. Become a Sauron, Yugopnik supporter. Elon Musk bad, Yugopnik good. Elon Musk much money, Yugopnik not so much money. So help Yugopnik more money, and in return, you don't have to watch ads. An incredible pitch coming by me for you. The ad will play in 30 seconds. Save yourself. Run.
For them to maintain their power in society.
But to really understand what cyber-libertarianism is and explain how it got us from a Silicon Valley with a progressive reputation...
Thank you, Barry Balls, you beautiful son of a bitch, for being so kind to me today. 5 more gift subs. Be like Barry Balls and say thank you to Barry Balls. Fondle Barry's balls, because Barry has the most beautiful balls. Thank you very, very much, Gun.
...to a rapidly...
I got 99 problems and an ad ain't one, because I'm a YugopnikTwitch subscriber, baby.
...reactionary stronghold of wealth and influence, we should look past the academic definitions to where this all began, in California, with hippies and Reagan.
We can all agree that fuck hippies, right? I don't know if that makes me a what do they call it? The rude left or whatever the fuck, but hippies are the amalgamation of everything that is cringe about a liberal.
On May 15th...
Dirtbag left, yeah, that was the word.
1960.
Thank you, Red Phil, you motherfucker, one of my beautiful OGs here. Thank you, my beautiful Pokemon, for the 10 months, baby.
9. Then-Governor Ronald Reagan sicked the National Guard on hippie protesters occupying a park at UC Berkeley. At least 128 people were hospitalized and 1 man died. On one side of the massacre, you had the champion of neoliberalism, free markets, and the American empire. And on the other side, you had hippies, preaching free love.
The only disagreement between the status quo and the hippies was weed, basically. And then somebody in the State Department tried weed and was like, yo, Nixon, try some weed. And they all tried some weed and were like, okay, hippies aren't that bad. Actually, do you want to come and work for the Wall Streets and shit?
Social justice, and an end to the war. Events like these are part of the mythology.
All my homies hate hippies. Hippies aren't welcome here. All my homies hate hippies. That's a fucking mouthful to say. Many H's.
Of the 60s. 2 camps, diametrically, irreconcilably opposed, clashing in an explosion of violence. But just on the other side of the bay, in Menlo Park, these 2 forces preaching absolute market freedom on one side and anti-government progressivism on the other were actually coming together thanks to a magazine. Printed out of offices in Menlo Park, the Whole Earth Catalog was a magazine promoting the work of people like Norbert Wiener, Marshall McLuhan, and Buckminster Fuller, techno-optimists who believed that a new society could be founded on the back of new computer technology. They thought technology had a built-in ability to make people communicate horizontally, and would
TLDR, people believing that technology can exist outside of the confines of ideology, outside of the confines of a particular system in which it finds itself in. People that somehow are so blind, either intentionally or unintentionally, to the very historic fact that even something as basic as a rock or a hammer or a fucking horse have been utilized throughout history as tools both for conquest, mass murder, pillaging, enslavement, and death, but also some of the greatest progress we've ever seen as a species. The only thing that defined in which way they shall be utilized to crush a man's skull or to feed a whole village is based on the ideology in said village, kingdom, country, city, town, etc., etc. In their inability to understand this very basic fact, they believe that creating technology that quite literally uprooted the very way of life that we hold will not have a similar either negative or positive impact on society based on the ideology of those who are utilizing it and the system in which it finds itself in. Basically, it's very stupid. It is very, very stupid to think that tools, be it technologically exceptionally well developed or as archaic as a hammer, exist outside of a particular system. It's stupid. That's the only word that can be applied to it.
Therefore make tyrannical power basically impossible. And the catalog was the central node spreading this ideological current. It didn't really sell anything. It was
Isn't capitalism intentional blindness? Since the only thing that matters is profit, you have to make yourself blind to everything except more profit. Absolutely. And it is intentional blindness, especially for those who are currently living really, really well in said system. So they want to be saviors, but they also want to be CEOs and billionaires. And that is how an ideology, a reactionary ideology, this is a reactionary ideology, how it comes to be. There is a little difference, except in it's let's say radicalism between believing that tech will save us all no matter what, and purifying our race will save us all no matter what. It is almost on the same level of irrationality. I had a debate with a Russian liberal yesterday, oh, poor you, and the dude said Genghis Khan conquered Eurasia because he was slanging his big dick and not because of objective economic conditions and the support of the slave owners. Also, the dude casually claimed Mongolia had no slaves because they were nomads. This is the exact same thing as this whole tech thing. Yeah.
Mostly just articles about self-sufficiency and ecology.
Very interesting parallel. I never thought I would see a parallel between Genghis Khan and Silicon Valley, but it applies very eloquently, Romka. Thank you.
Next to book recommendations and buying guides for the best 40-pound calculator. But that wasn't the point. The point of the Whole Earth catalog was that it served as a sort of bridge. A bridge...
40-pound calculator. Yeah, my first girlfriend. Oh, that was very bad. I was 10. Don't fucking kill me. Jesus Christ.
Between the engineers settling in California and bringing their love of new technology, and the hippies at the forefront of the rhetorical struggle against government tyranny. And during the 60s, this magazine really resonated with this heterogeneous...
I don't even know how much 40 pounds is. Is that a lot? I'm kidding. I don't understand freedom units, goddammit.
This crowd slowly forming around Silicon Valley.
I feel like the thing that you need to understand about Silicon Valley is that, it comes out of the World War II and the Cold War and all of this investment that went into the Bay Area and some other hubs around the United States for World War II, for the Cold War, for the United States to challenge the Nazis and then the Soviet Union, right? And so what they needed was, to develop their technological capacities and their defense technologies in particular. But around the time of the Vietnam War, there becomes more of a division there, right? So there's a lot of people in Silicon Valley who work in these tech industries who are very uncomfortable with the fact.
Thank you, Top G, you fucking legend. Zdrovia. Thank you very much for the 10 months, Top G. We always appreciate our great Chinese financial support here.
And in universities as well, that now they are, receiving all this money from, the Defense Department, the Pentagon, what have you. And now, the result of their work is being used to bomb these people in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, places like that. But then this other group of people who really want to try to start to position technology through a different lens, and to say that, they are not aiding the military-industrial complex, they are not aiding, the U.S. government to, do its foreign wars and stuff like that. Actually, they are working on technologies that are designed to empower the individual, that are going to change the world in these different ways.
At the same time as the tech sector is moving in that direction, so are a few hippies. 750,000 hippies, actually. Mostly white, middle-class young adults who, in the late 60s, left the cities and suburbs in droves and headed straight for California, Colorado, and New Mexico to establish collective communes.
The aggressive determination of hippies to start a new society has made its mark upon San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury.
Start a new society that's based on nothing different than the current society, except, we're gonna chill. We're gonna chill really hard. We're gonna smoke up really hard and fuck the man, bro. And then it got boring and they all went to work for Wall Street. Fuck the man, as long as, you know, the weed high works, dude. The pot smoker will never be forgiven for the sins of the hippie. It is a difficult existence you guys have. You know? Just like how the wife beater has ruined the reputation of the alcoholic forever. The hippie has put a uncleansable stain on my dear brothers, sisters, and NBs that love the kush.
While the hippies generally opposed technology...
Don't disrespect my weed, man. No, you see, I made a parallel with drinkers as well. I love my fucking potheads, bro, but like, Jesus Christ.
The idea of a
Hello,
utopia
General. Hello, Twitchy Hero.
founded on decentralized communication that flooded the pages of the Whole Earth catalog was actually appealing to them too. Most famous...
By the way, I tripled my internet speed because we were having problems with this shit crashing and stuff. I'm paying a fucking painful amount of money right now for internet, but I got the best fucking internet this country offers. Shit is fast, okay? So if anything ever goes down, it is the CIA, Turkey, Albania, or Twitch that is glitching. It is no longer me. It is no longer me.
Famously...
Strange though, OBS like upload rate is like the same. It's confusing. It's literally the same as before, but I think because it caps at a max. I don't know.
Appealed to people like Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. An optics cable just for you. No, thank God in this like Soviet bloc there was an optics cable. I just made them go fast.
God, look at that. Look, I'm on television. Hey. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, it is.
Before starting Apple, Jobs was one of these hippies. He spent time at an apple farm turned commune during the countercultural revolution, coming of age in the era of hippie culture and tech's resistance to Vietnam at the same time. It's probably why Jobs called the Whole Earth catalog
one of the Bibles of my generation.
But this wasn't just happening with a few people here and there. By 1995, these beliefs had basically become the official ideology of Silicon Valley. So much so...
The hippie movement was very self-serving. They did not want to be drafted into the Vietnam War more than they wanted world peace. Absolutely. But even if it existed outside of the context of the Vietnam War, it is... listen, like it's... I know I sound like a hippie or like I'm a member of a fucking cult. Most likely I even am. But any movement that is not rooted in class consciousness is mambo fucking jumbo, and they just want to take your fucking money or waste your fucking time. There's like, end of conversation. If they do not pose an answer to the problems of the current economic system, if they don't propose one, it's bullshit. It is absolute fucking bullshit. It's either a cult, they want your money, they want to waste your time, or it's, you know, just chilling. The motherfuckers, dude, the hippies are not a movement. It's a bunch of guys that wanted to chill. And then they were like, dude, this is so counterculture. No, you're just chilling. You're just chilling in a forest.
So that in a special issue of Time magazine called Welcome to Cyberspace, Stuart Brand, the guy behind the Whole Earth catalog, celebrated his...
Like when I go with bros and to the fucking forest or whatever the fuck, and we got smashed and do stupid fucking shit. Some of them even do like hippie shit, you know? Like classical hippie shit, LSD and so on. Like we don't make it into a political movement. We're just a bunch of bros in the goddamn forest, dude. It's a sorority of smelly people. But yeah, imagine if like sororities were like, oh, we actually are, this is not just a sorority. This is not a frat house. We are leading a political movement. We are going to create an alternative for America's youth. Like the fuck, dude? You're just drinking in a big house. Chill the fuck out.
Movement's victory over tech culture with an article
Put
he
the
titled...
fries in the bag, bro. Put a stock on the exchange, bro. More like it for the fucking hippies.
We owe it all to the hippies. This is the rosy history of cyber-libertarianism, an unproblematic gathering of engineers and hippies promoting computers, rejecting tyranny, and becoming the heralds of a new generation that somehow married engineering brilliance with social justice. It's a telling history that certainly explains why cyber-libertarianism can be a
It's like, I hate my parents, the ideology.
convincing political ideology. It promotes justice, self-organization, and crucially sells its participants, those who live and work in Silicon Valley proper, on the opportunity to become a successful high-tech entrepreneur making money doing the right thing. But it's a history that, for all...
If hippies are why Steve Jobs thought he could beat cancer with vegetables, then hippies are okay in my book.
The mention of
a good rule of thumb for cults is whether they try to isolate you, either intellectually or socially or physically. Without isolating their victims, cults can't persist, yeah.
Hippie social justice completely ignores politics and who cyber-libertarian...
To be fair, psychedelic experiences can be radicalizing, but it requires context. It absolutely does. No, dude, I'm not knocking substances, bro. Come on. It's a Yugopnik stream. Me knocking substances? Are you on drugs? You see what I did there? No, I'm saying that you hanging out with your dudes doing whatever the fuck you can be knitting is not a political fucking movement, bro.
Really benefits.
When you start knitting for poor people that don't have clothes and deliver it to them and then educate them about why most likely they are poor and how it's linked to the system, that's when it becomes political. That's when it becomes organizing, okay?
Remember Reagan? See, by 1989, he was fully on board with cyber-libertarianism too. At a speech in London...
Cyber-libertarianism, god fucking damn it.
Guildhall, he said, quote, "The Goliath of totalitarianism will be brought down by the David of the microchip. More than armies, more than diplomacy, more than the best intentions of democratic nations, the communications revolution will be the greatest force for the advancement of human freedom the world has ever seen." 6 years later...
I agree. 60 years later, the Twitch streamer was born. Professor Utonium.
Who was Clinton? His administration went a step further towards realizing the cyber-libertarian utopia, shuttering the NSF-net, the public internet, and turning it over to private companies. And 1 year after that, a cyber-libertarian manifesto, John Perry Barlow's Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, was written and published. Not just on the internet, mind you, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For a movement pitching itself as a revolutionary counterculture at the vanguard of true freedom, this kind of institutional support from Reagan...
But no, JT, you don't understand it. It was a counterculture because it was telling their parents, you suck because you watch TV. I will make a phone, and then I will watch TV on the phone. But I will, slide through TV, and instead of, 1 hour shows, it's gonna be 45-second reels. Fuck you, Dad.
Clinton and the world's wealthiest individuals might seem a bit odd. But it's not. And you can see why in Barlow's manifesto. Of course, there's the usual cyber-libertarian stuff about unbounded communication and free speech absolutism, but the message that is constantly reinforced is that governments are bad. That governments are, by definition, the negation of freedom, and the only thing standing in the way of a new source of true freedom that we can have with technology. And while what's in the manifesto...
That is why we will basically create tiny little extremely authoritarian governments, also known as corporations, and mass enslave our employees into creating something we just woke up one morning and imagined should exist, after which we as the supreme leader, CEO, will take absolutely all credit for and then milk it, spoil it, and eventually destroy it because of our eternal wish for more profit, which at the end of the day will completely remove the very same technological advancement that our engineers have created from its original intention and become yet another tool of capital accrual. But yes, government bad. But our tiny little private governments that are defined as private institutions in the West, that very good, very good. Sorry, rambling Hugo.
Is interesting. It's more interesting that nowhere does Barlow mention corporations or capitalists. See, the thing about hippies is that their politics were...
You know, that eternal pitch that for some reason worked, and it worked on me when I was a younger person, that, you know, old school rich people bad, but rich people that make cool gadgets actually very good. Because they're, you know, they're not 60, they're 35. Like, okay. Yeah. I remember the fucking Rothschilds being able to make killer drones, bro. You'll hear it here first. Bring back old school billionaires. I want motherfuckers dressed in wigs, doing orgies after hunting sessions in their big manors, dude. I don't want AI-controlled drones bombing weddings in Syria.
Nice and vague. Unlike the New Left, which was actively involved in political organization
Wearing proper
and...
macaroni. Speaking of being turned into a macaroon, you constantly are whenever you watch an ad. Like the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 45 seconds. Instead, support the show. Support me. Give me money so I can buy many macaroons and eat them. Very good. Very nice. For $6 a month for free through Prime, or by gifting it to those less privileged than you. Thank you very much for considering it. The ad plays in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The jihad against advertising continues.
And explicitly socialist, hippie ideology preached the values of social justice without actually confronting the core of racial imperial capitalism head on. They sort of just hoped to...
Funny enough, like without hippies, we most likely would not have private advertisement as we have it now, which is pretty much born in the 60s and 70s. When corporations understood, they understood many things, but the hippie really taught, the yippie really taught corporate bosses that a lot of people carry particular cultural norms as a big aspect of their personality. So if we target them and tell them, yo, my candy loves freedom and hates the Vietnam War. And then, you know, us, the same company, we make another candy that is like, hoorah, America, kill the commies. And then we target those two pieces of candy differently to the hippie and to the great American patriot. We can make a lot of motherfucking money.
Wonderful. A new child soldier.
And that is how advertising in general, like market segmentation, was born. I unironically learned this in business school. Like literally, the fucking marketing professor literally said, like in the 60s and 70s, business leaders finally started differentiating between people's wants and people's needs. And people's wants you can generate by exploiting people's needs. And then you have the Maslow pyramid, and then they were like, oh, look at the Maslow pyramid. And it's actually like very brilliant way of looking at how a person's life, spirituality, understanding of self, enlightenment functions. Let's utilize that to make more money by targeting different people based on where they find themselves in said Maslow pyramid. This system is fucking satanic as shit, dude. Thank you very much, Noel Castro, my beautiful Castro. Thank you very much for the sub.
Do away with politics entirely.
We're getting closer and closer to that 2000. We literally have 2 days. Will we make it? Will we not? Is an eternal question. Shall the jihad be successful? Maybe, baby.
And papered over race and class differences rather than integrating them into their vision of justice. What you were left with was a semi...
Why is this the first thing as I see as I join the stream? Which did you say? Which? My beautiful face. Hello, baby.
Political ideology that advocated individual pleasure and an abstract anti-government message without many more details than that. Freedom in the hippie counterculture just meant freedom from government oversight of any sort, democratic or otherwise.
What's this? Gobble, gobble, you turkey cock. Hovember has finally splurged. Send this to 10 of your biggest stuffing. Who wants to be stuffed with that turkey? Get 5 back, you a dry turkey ass. Get 10 back, you a yummy stuffed fucking turkey. Send this in 2 minutes, or you want wank. Get any of this censored this year turkey. I will not stand for pro-Turkey rhetoric here in my chat, okay? This is Turkey slander. It's Turkiye now. It's Turkiye. It's Turkiye.
And this really appealed to cyber libertarians who were looking for a way.
Turkey's so irrelevant that the most Google searches the country gets is once a year during American Thanksgiving.
Way to reject government tyranny, but still keep the privileges they got from their comfortable status.
They really should stuff the Balkans instead. You mean Turkey should stuff us again? Is that a joke about the mass starvation and enslavement of my people, Toasty? I thought you were, above that shit. It's really insensitive. I'm kidding. I'm not a fucking American. That was hilarious.
In the capitalist hierarchy. And it clicked perfectly with Reagan's rabidly anti-government rhetoric. Coming at it from this different angle, though, this hippie technology thing, could give Reagan's policy of gutting welfare and making his rich buddies richer a progressive coat of paint. While cyber-libertarianism could adopt the aesthetics of rebellious progressivism thanks to the hippies, it could also, without ideological contradiction, be completely compatible with the neoliberal definition of freedom. The idea that coercion is something only the state can do.
Exactly. One thing JT is his analysis is extremely on point as always. But one thing he's not mentioning is when you have a system that exists for a very long time and people are suffering throughout, especially in capitalism with its moments of crises and the replicating system of ups and downs, etc., you need to give your wider population an answer on whether it will eventually become perfect, whether it will eventually all even out, and just keep believing in the system, keep loving it, keep not thinking about an alternative, and everything will eventually work out. Well, tech bros in Silicon Valley were a God's gift to classic neoliberal capitalist ideologues. Why? Because they could basically say, yo, it might suck now, but look at all the brilliant technology we're developing. Just stay strong, and when technology reaches a certain crux, a certain point, all the uneven bits will be evened out. Basically, keep living with alienation and hyper-exploitation, because one day maybe our saviors from Silicon Valley will create tech that will allow us to have a milder, not as aggressive form of capitalism. That's the pitch. I mean, to an extent, the same pitch is when it comes to almost any social movement.
Neoliberals.
Techno-feudalism, but now with techno-feudalism, unfortunately, that completely backfired, and now a lot of the very same traditional capitalists are ironically being exploited hilariously by these Silicon Valley tech bros, which have created systems so monopolized and so vast, like for example Amazon, that other capitalists have to go to them and then pay them taxes in order to be able to sell shit on their markets. Thank you, Svetlana, for the 2 months. Welcome, Svetlana, one of the most beautiful names in the world. Welcome.
Could look progressive.
Is it Svetlana? Is it Svetlana? Is it Svetlana? Different Slavs will say different things.
And tech companies could get the government support with neither side needing to compromise on any of their principles, thanks to the idea that technology was a magical
Google, as an example, is a perfect example. They're the OGs of techno-feudalism, in my opinion.
Fix for any political problem. And the effect of this harmony between a vague definition of freedom but radical aesthetics is that it takes perfectly reasonable progressives, who would otherwise be completely opposed to neoliberal market reforms and the dismantling of useful public government services, and tricks them into embracing neoliberal politics by dressing it up in the language of digital freedom. But the thing is that all of this is bullshit. Neoliberalism and its cyber-libertarian variant has never been about getting rid of government, just twisting it to suit corporate purposes. It's never been about promoting freedom and free speech, just equating free speech with corporate power to protect capitalists from democratic scrutiny. It's never been about getting rid of government services in the public interest, just ridding capitalists of the responsibility to pay the taxes that make them possible. And no place is more emblematic of these truths than Silicon Valley. Elon Musk rails about the evils of government, but is very much looking forward to taking on a leading role in it under Trump, and
The fuck is this guy sending me on Discord? The fuck is this? Drewski accidentally makes a kid cry during Thanksgiving dinner. Who are any of these people, bro? And why should I care? But okay, let's look at a kid cry. That's always entertaining.
What's your name, little nigga? Not you, nigga. I'm talking about the little fat nigga. Yo, come on, bro. Come on. Fat nigga.
Dude,
yo, y'all been saying that to me.
That's very fucking stupid, bro. It's actually, that's fucking, what the fuck, bro? Small ass dick, piece of shit. A fucking kid, bro?
All fucking night. Everybody call me the fat nigga all night, but I can't call the other little fat nigga the little fat nigga.
Literal, like, 11-year-old logic, dude. You are the child in the room, bro. Look at the look. Look at the look. Absolutely deservingly.
Hey, y'all niggas been fuck out of here, nigga. No, come on. Y'all wanna have fat phobia when it come to the kid, but not me? He's like the fucking kid.
Yeah, he's a fucking... What the f...
Not me, nigga. He's fine. You're a grown ass nigga. Hey, y'all niggas been calling me fat all night. Juicy. Oh, shit. Oh, y'all. Fuck. This nigga. You good? Yo, man, you messing my fucking sweater bag. They might put something in your food, nigga. Oh, God, he's crying. They might put something in your food. That shit whack, bro.
It's a bit, bro. You think it's staged? You think it's staged? Well, you caught me if it is. But I don't think it is. It's a very bra moment, dude. The fuck?
But that's what I'm saying. But y'all niggas want me to pay them. But y'all do it to me, though. No, when you was younger, they called you.
It's a bit. I'm not sure it's a bit. I'm not sure it's a bit. I think it's Cope calling it a bit, but
regularly
I don't think it's a bit.
Accepts billions in government.
This is entertaining, yeah, like hundreds of thousands watch it. Instead of watching me say, capitalism bad. Yeah. Did you know, kids, that capitalism bad? Capitalists very fat. Capitalists very bad and autistic. Indeed, indeed. Let me say another slur. Stonks going up. I was doing a character, okay? I was making fun of how certain people say controversial things intentionally in order to get attention, and it's very fucking cringe.
Government subsidies.
Dad. Mary Balls. What the you have a rich, chubby, autistic father. Dude, holy shit. Either the best childhood ever or the worst one. I don't know which one. Santa?
Google's leadership revolves in and out of government roles in organizations like the NSA. ARPANET, the foundation of the modern internet.
You said I'm gonna say a slur. That part of your dad. Oh shit.
That was an entire...
No, stop me. Oh no, I'm stopping myself. Don't say a slur, Hugo. Already said it many times. Turkey.
Entirely government and public research, university-run project for years before being sold for parts. The US government pours billions of dollars into buying planes, missiles, electronics, and nuclear bombs from Californian companies, and all the infrastructure that makes Californian society possible had to be created by state projects. There is no internet without...
You know, Chad, that moment when I'm saving the world with my tech, and I'm developing AI-governed, wedding-destroying drones, bro. FML, that moment when save world, but end up destroying world. FML, very lol.
Without state, quote-unquote, intervention. And digital space can never be divorced from physical space. The rhetorical divide is just tech billionaires trying to carve out areas where they can be as tyrannical as they want to be. Musk preaches free speech from every rooftop, but since he's taken over Twitter, he's had his engineers boost his own tweets by a factor of 1,000, complied with more government censorship requests than Twitter used to, launched defamation law.
That's why I keep repeating, like, use that argument against anybody that's like government bad, but with government, yes, bad, but that they don't apply the same perspective to private enterprises. Just tell them, okay, then all government bad, including corporations. What is a corporation? It is basically a tiny private government with one overlord king who is crowned by the gods of capitalism, aka his fucking board, that represent the spirits of capitalism, which is all the stock owners and shit. And they basically create their own little fucking serfdom. So if you're against like government, if you're against the overreach of one person over your life and over absolutely everything that you can do in your fucking free time or work time, then you should be against corporations as well, because they are literally tiny little governments. And usually people get very fucking stunted. Very, very, very fucking stunted. Usually the argument you hear against that is that, but they spend so much time and effort and money to create the corporation. They get to be kings over it. And then you just reply, yeah, but the president got elected. The fuck? There's not really anywhere else they can go there.
Lawsuits against those whose speech casts him in a negative light, arbitrarily suspended left-wing users and journalist Twitter accounts, and throttled links to news sites he doesn't like the New York Times.
They don't actually care about free speech. Let's be very clear, from the start about that. What they are interested in is ensuring that people on the right and people on the far right, people who have very bigoted opinions, people who are very clear racists, can say whatever they want and will not feel any degree.
They're not only tiny governments, but governments with no elections. Beautifully put. The one thing that the neoliberals have given us in the parliamentary system is at least you get some elections. In the corporate entity, you don't even get that. Hell, the one thing that a neoliberal government guarantees you is citizenship. To get your citizenship revoked is extremely fucking difficult. To get fired from a company is extremely fucking easy. Corporations are governments led by tiny despots who remove every single freedom-loving right that you have in your interaction with the state government.
Of pushback.
Send this clip to your fucking... Play this on Thanksgiving, baby. Drop the phone on the table right next to the fucking turkey and click play. Okay?
Or consequences for that.
Under the cover of decentralized networks and
FML, that moment when I don't want to be governed by the deep state and the wealthy who control the government. But I love going to work where my family takes care of me by giving me 10% of what I actually earn them, and then disposing off me like a fucking cum rag the second they don't need my position.
Open source tech, cyber libertarians like Elon Musk paper over the fact that their wealth, connections, power, and control over our lives completely dwarf the small amount of power any one of us has. Creating these online spaces without democratic oversight is an opportunity to disguise their power trip as free speech, and it's always been intended as such. In the Cyphernomicon, another one of these cyber-libertarian founding texts, Timothy May doesn't mince words about this. Cyber-libertarians are explicitly anti-democratic.
Private property cannot exist without the state got me banned of r/libertarian. Oh, by any means necessary, you must have a lot of free time, my beautiful. Motherfucker running around r/libertarian posting absolute truths.
They want a space where they make the rules and can wield their privilege however they want. And what they want is to keep their power. And the best way to do that is to keep insisting that they are the true defenders of freedom and distract from all the awful problems we know come from tech billionaires. Instead, they'll now pin the blame for all society's ills on those without power. Elon is fully obsessed with the white nationalist declining birth rates in the West thing, and by all accounts has turned Twitter into an unusable Nazi safe space. He is one of the loudest voices against immigration and a huge fan of all the associated racist dog whistles. This racism, too, has been part of cyber-libertarian thought since the beginning.
I was talking about how, it's not a new industry. It emerges from World War II and the Cold War, but there was the foundations of it long before that in the Bay Area. Stanford University, its first president was a eugenicist, a very prominent one. And these ideas have been promoted at Stanford University for a very long time, and it was one of the hotbeds of eugenic thought.
In the same way, we now look at eugenics as an absolutely insane way of looking at the world and looking at the human body. We will one day, at least here on YugopnikTwitch, look at ads the same way, when they are a thing of the past, a thing that we meme about and say, how the fuck did so many go along with it for so long? That is why I call upon all of you to become a sub for $6 a month for free through Prime, and save yourself from the ad that is going to play in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The future we want our children to have is a future in which you tell them stories about the difficult, hard days when ads used to exist. The days before Yugopnik came and enlightened the world that they are indeed simply private propaganda. And Barry Balls is being a fucking G today in our great jihad against advertising. Thank you fucking very much, Barry. You oiled me up so good, I might let you do things to me. Okay, Barry? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that was unironically the best fucking ad pitch I've ever given. Okay? Like, if I was listening to this guy give this ad pitch, I would go to war for him. Okay? I want to see 9s and 10s in chats. 4 out of 10 non sequitur? Really, Gabriel? Really, Gabriel? And to think you used to be one of my favorites. God damn it, Gabriel. 7, 8? Pathetic. Thank you for the 10s. There you go. Me basically begging for compliments, and then some very nice shouters being like, yes, it's very good, man. You're really good. Thank you, Johnny Soda, as well for the 11 months, maybe. Happy Thanksgiving, Hugo. Happy Turkey Day. I mean, Turkey Day. Make sure you kiss your Erdogan today.
For years. And within the tech industry,
the great American city of Istanbul shall one day come back, and it shall be the capital of the United States. For Washington, as we all know, was a proud Turkish brother.
With this engineering mindset that they have, these sorts of ideas are not completely uncommon, I would say, to put it charitably.
Again, in the Cyphernomicon, May asks if the cyber-libertarian vision for the internet will help racists, and he's pretty enthusiastic.
Are you from Albania? Yes. My friend, we are all from Albania.
Cheering on the idea that yes, it would. The Aryan nation in Germany could use a privatized, deregulated, decentralized internet to organize. For May, these are just a group with different beliefs from the local majority.
I love how, like, in this camera, like in the form of today's stream, like you can, the way I'm sitting, you can just see a tiny Xi Jinping right at my, right here. It's so fucking wholesome. Like the whole time he's just like standing there. He's like, hello, I am the man behind the curtains. Yeah. But the rest, I don't know if I ever talked about it. The rest is my BMW, my older one. I still have it. It is JT's Volvo that he's pimped out. It is Serbia, the States, and the old Iraqi flag because, well, that's fucking hilarious. There's USD. There's the Serbian dinar. There's the Iraqi money and the Serbian dinar as well. And then bullets because it's hilarious, okay? And then in a sky behind Xi Jinping with a pixelated out face and then just deprogrammed in this very, very chill way. So if you wanna look exceptionally weird around the Thanksgiving table or Christmas table, I think this merch fucking pops hard, dude. But also, we will be dropping Christmas merch. So if you don't have too much money to spend, wait for the new drop. It's going to be pretty litty. Dude.
Majority, and so reducing democratic oversight of their genocidal ideology is the same thing as freedom.
Okay, but what does Hakeem drive? He drives his employees. Some like tiny fucking Kia or some shit.
Libertarians don't think historical baggage matters. But it is a fact that wealth
Toyota Hilux, there you go. Kia, Toyota, velika razlika je.
Accumulate. Racism and sexism are built into our societies and institutions. We can fight that, politically, but that would involve democratic processes and the government. And anything that makes those things more legitimate is a threat to tech billionaires.
basically what we see right now is the tech industry trying to...
No, he doesn't drive a fucking Toyota Hilux. Are you fucking insane? He doesn't drive a Toyota. He doesn't drive a pickup truck. He'll keep in a pickup truck. I will unironically give 100 sub gift for that. Jesus Christ, I'm so Twitch pilled now. Like, I don't even, like, I don't know what, like, $1,000 is or, like, $3,000. I only know, like, what, does this loaf of bread cost 6 gifties? Does it cost 2 gifties? Does it cost 700 gifts? How much is this car? 500,000 Twitch gift subs. Oh, my God. And then I can know if it's expensive or not. Fully Twitch pilled unk.
Power, trying to make sure...
How to buy your merch? Deprogram Shop. Google Deprogram Shop. Deprogram Shop. It is Deprogram Shop, and that's where you can see it.
That it won't be held to account as it increasingly tries to breach labor regulations, breach environmental regulations.
People tries to pay it subs. Yeah, I go in and I'm like, what do you mean my credit score is very low? Have you seen how many subscribers I have over on Twitch? I want that G class with no down payment, $300 a month. Right now, give it to me.
And things like that, but also to make sure that they won't be effectively taxed, right? And that is a big part of the reason why they're not just embracing the Republican Party, but right-wing and extreme right-wing parties around the world, because they want to evade the type of regulation, the type of antitrust and competition scrutiny that, say, the Democratic Party or more centrist and progressive parties around the world are, you know, threatening the tech industry with. Or
the program shirt with the 3 languages is my favorite shirt. Yeah, it's my favorite one as well. It was a good conversation starter on dates too. Oh my God, the program merch got somebody laid. That is what I want to hear, baby. Thank you, Damos.
Even moving forward with.
If your only political beliefs are that technology can solve problems on it.
Yugopnik out with the boy seeing something wild. Chat, is this real? If some of you also listen to the deprogram, I keep referring to the program listeners as chat. I'm like, so chat, what's up? Welcome to the deprogram. It is so weird. It's because I'm only talking to you guys, okay? My creme de la crop.
On its own, that democracy is a sham, and that disruption is always inevitably good, you very easily fall into a horrible place. A place where wealth and power and privilege consolidate, where democratic power is hamstringed, and the bigoted club of a few self-important tech billionaires takes the reins. If your only definition of freedom is, I can do what I want, and not society should be a place where we look out for each other so we can all thrive, you get little tech kings running the show for them and their powerful, racist friends, convincing you that because they can do whatever they want, it means that you can too. But that's not how it works. Their freedom doesn't trickle down.
Yeah, and it's not only like amoral and selfish and a piece of shit thing to do, it's also stupid because every privileged category in society, except the uber successful capitalists, will eventually get conned and played out of whatever privilege they currently have, as the rich get richer and as capital gets funneled further and further and further and further upwards. Okay? It is unironically, no matter, even if you're petit bourgeois, it is against your interest to allow the system to continue to operate the way it currently does.
As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you can now find Second Thought on Means TV, the home for worker-owned entertainment.
Can you all do some merch that doesn't scream I am a commie but looks drip too many ops outside? Yeah, there is plenty. You can check it out. There is plenty.
I've been working with the team to bring on a bunch more creators, so stay tuned.
That is very intentionally not that way.
For some exciting new additions to the roster. If you're not already familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos, to original series like Means Morning News, to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. As you all know, socialist creators have to walk a fine line here on YouTube. We're always having to contend with age restriction, demonetization, and outright suppression, which for some reason, right-wing outlets never have to deal with. But now with Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means TV gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with...
There you go, you get it. Means TV is very good, okay? Okay, now let's talk about online gambling because that's fucking hilarious.
A few months...
Online gamble! Let's do the gamba online. Online gambling bad, but also check out the link below. You will get $100 free if you gamble on Communism Gambling Experience 10101. You press the button and heads of Mao, Lenin, Stalin, Che Guevara, and all the other guys do the little spinny spins, and then if you get all the heads at the same time, you get fake money, because in communism there is no money, only fake money. You do need real money in order to participate, though. Yes, indeed. All the money you lose will be redistributed to the proletariat, and by proletariat I mean the owners of the casino. That's something like that probably exists, and it's probably fucking hilarious, dude.
Months ago, to celebrate my friend's birthday, I went on a Victory Casino cruise, and not only did everyone get seasick almost immediately, but we also lost all the money we brought in to gamble with. It was one of the best days of my life. For a good portion of the past century, getting on a boat that reeks of piss and wobbling your way out just far enough into the ocean so that laws don't exist anymore was one of the only ways to legally gamble in the United States. It had such a convoluted barrier of entry that most people could go their entire lives without ever being tempted to do it. Just don't go to Nevada and you'll probably never see a casino. In 2024...
That's so funny, like... Balkan people can relate. There's like a casino every, I don't know, kilometer here. Like they're absolutely everywhere. And you know that a neighborhood is extra fucked up. You know that a neighborhood is extra fucked up when the number of casinos, banks, and pawn shops increase. Gambling mentioned, get it twisted. Gamble. Please start gambling. Gambling is an investment, and an investment only. You will profit. You will win. You will do all of that 100. You understand? You will become a billionaire and rebuild your fucking life. There are slots at my gas station, bro. That's fucking G. I think the only guys that are like even on top, like more insane than my part of the world when it comes to gamba are Australians. Like, holy fucking shit. And I kind of feel like that it was a bunch of fucking Bosnians that went to Australia and were like, yo, we are bringing our culture here. And they were like, what is your culture? My culture is losing all of your fucking family's wealth on a single roll of dice. Welcome.
This is no longer the case.
Only on FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, PrizePicks,
Underdog, Hard Rock Bet,
Belly Bet,
PointsBet,
ESPN Bet, Bet365.
Smack me in the mouth with all of
If you watch any sports at all, ads for sports betting have become inescapable. Even if you...
Oh my God, Americans joining the rest of the world. This is one thing that being an American was based on, like, not based in... I'm saying that's the one thing you were based about. Jesus Christ, using the word based in any context is so fucking cringe. But now you got gamba as well.
You muted every commercial and closed your eyes.
Bro, you don't understand, bro. Just one game, bro. You know that meme with a picture of your dad, like continuous of a guy like playing slots, and it's like, this is a picture of my dad before he led our family to billions of dollars.
Until the game came back on, it's still plastered everywhere.
Are you Bosnian? Maybe. Are you? DM me if you're Bosnian.
Promos pop up in the middle of a play. There's BetMGM billboards behind home plate, FanDuel logos on the court, on the microphones. They come at you from every angle, pepper spraying you in the face so you don't notice they just pulled your pants down. They've made it so watching sports and betting on sports are just two sides of the same coin. Like, you can't have one without the other. It's become so normalized that it might be easy to forget that gambling can be kind of bad, actually. About 10 million people in the U.S.
What the fuck kind of a moment is this right now that we need to say that it's bad? Because it isn't.
Us alone struggle with
gamba. Very good. Go gamba life.
Gambling in some way, a good portion of which are under the age of 25. Gambling addicts attempt suicide at a rate 15 times higher than the general population. The average...
Why does a YouTuber have to tell you this? Do you not have parents? Okay. My parents literally said, like, if you have to choose between being a fucked up drug addict or a gambler, please do drugs. Because it is literally worse. You know, the joke here is like with drug addiction, you end up killing yourself. With gambling addiction, you end up killing your whole family.
Debt of a gambling addict can range from $15,000 to $90,000. But where most people would see this as a problem, a few people saw it as an opportunity. All that extra money that could be siphoned from struggling families and into the pockets of like 12 CEOs. And we're not doing that because... So in 2018, the Supreme Court overruled the federal ban on sports betting. And since...
Literally the one thing you were fucking, W in chat about. Very W in chat. And then, no.
Then Americans have collectively lost over $245 billion on it. That's almost $1,000 per person.
Comrade betting fighting the American labor aristocracy one day at a time. Everyone salute Comrade betting. Casinos, actually, I changed my mind. Very based. Casinos helping destabilize the imperial core one bad roll at a time, okay?
And that number was from
critical support for the gambling industry.
last year. But the bombardment of playful advertising filled with famous celebrities would make you think it's just a harmless, fun game you can play on your phone. Kevin Hart, Post Malone, Chris Rock, LeBron James, Kevin Hart, Peyton Manning, Jamie Foxx, Eric Andre, Patton Oswalt, Vanessa Hudgens, the guy from that Kendrick Lamar song, Kevin Hart, even the Taktua Pirate.
I love how, like in the States, if you say something that is culturally, let's say, if you say something that is culturally insensitive, it is a much larger taboo and can potentially have a much larger impact on your career as a media personality or a public figure than openly endorsing, while getting cash for it, an industry that literally ruins the lives of hundreds of millions of people every fucking month. Like, if Drake came out and was like, I am delivering heroin to every child's home if you click this link, okay? Click the link, heroin right in your vein. Everybody would like be like, yeah, that's fucked up. What the fuck, dude? When he does the same with Gamba, everybody's like, bro, that just, the grind. No, I mean, it's still not, it's just, the answer is very simple. It's still not properly set in people's brains as an almost equally fucked up thing.
Podcast is sponsored by Better. What?
Getting paid to promote the suicide machine to people, literally. We have this like one ultra nationalist like Serbian fucking actor guy. He's very cringe, and the only thing that like lefties or progressives reply to his posts with is like pictures of him doing betting ads. He's like, we need a more conservative society, one enlightened by God, blah blah blah, that type of shit. And then you just open the comment section and just screenshots of him doing betting advertisement, bro. You will never win the major bet, but you can win big by shopping at the deprogramshop.com. Enjoy quality leftist merch at right-wing chud prices. Consume at deprogramshop.com today. Penny beams necessary. Thank you for giving me $1 and letting me read out an ad. No, don't do that. I mean, do it if you like the shit, but we will literally be dropping new merch. Instead, subscribe.
Why is it always the people you trust the most?
You don't need to know everything about every sport.
Good, because I don't.
Yeah, me either. All you need is a feeling and a phone.
Oh my gosh, I want that. Is such a bold...
That is fucking so fucking in your face, dude. You don't need to know if there's ketamine in the Coke. You just gotta feel good and do it. And even if there's ketamine in the Coke, it's gonna be a sick experience. Trust your dealer. Do it now.
Old way to advertise your product. You don't have to...
We're talking about Vlado Georgijev. No. Onaj brate s bradom, onaj debeli, ne znam kako se zove. Ono je sve mi pravoslavci, sloga, brate, mislim... ubi gay, that type of fucking shit.
Know anything about sports in order to bet on them. In fact, we would prefer you didn't. Look, this guy's just chilling in a hot tub. He doesn't even know what sport he bet on, and he won money. So go ahead, just open the app and start mashing buttons. I don't know, like, where do you think they got all the money to shell out to these celebrities? Could it be that maybe Prize Picks isn't the secret gateway to riches beyond my wildest imaginations, and maybe they're just trying to get my debit card number so they can take all my disposable income? Whether or not you think sports betting should be illegal, and I'm not even necessarily saying it should be, the fact that they're allowed to advertise it like this is fucking insane. Imagine a cigarette commercial that was like, oh my god, this is so...
Now, like, now they're starting to ban it in certain towns that are very small. They're starting to ban, like, you getting infinite free alcohol if you're there. They're starting to create systems in which if you report yourself, you're put on a blacklist for all casinos in the country, so you cannot actually enter with your ID card that you always need to present, at least in my part of the world. But, you know, it's fucked up because people self-report. I know a guy that self-reported himself because he realized he had a gambling addiction so that he doesn't, you know, continue ruining his fucking life. But because the addiction was so strong, motherfucker took a car and went all the way to another country in which he is not blacklisted so that he can play the slots. There's many ways to treat it, but I'm not saying it should be illegal or whatever the fuck. That would just drive it underground. It just needs very, very strict strict regulation. That's it. But because the U.S. is now very new to this thing that has existed for basically 10,000 years, it's going to be a bit slower when it comes to adapting to international regulations. So there's going to be a lot of money to be made.
Good. This is the best I've ever felt in my life. I'm on top of the world. Typically the only tobacco ads you see are like anti-vaping PSAs. And I hope there's a future where advertising for betting apps is regulated in a similar way. You can still bet on sports. You can still smoke cigarettes if you want to. It's not illegal, but you're not bombarded with the temptation to do it every time.
It's insane. Here where I live, physical casinos were banned to the point of police raiding old people using clandestine slot machines. Now there's ads for Gamba ads on national TV. There you go. Big Gamba. Always Gamba. Very good for you, brother.
You turn on a basketball game. Even though it's only been 6 years.
Still silverware at home. What silverwares just sit there? Silverware who use? Nobody use. Grandma only put there for aesthetics. Steal that, sell that, and make the big bucks.
Years since the federal ban on sportsbooks was overturned, technology has already evolved well beyond what was available at the time. And now that gambling has gone from being in a place you have to go to do it, to being accessible on your phone at any moment, there's nothing stopping these apps from trying to lure you in constantly, and they're really good at doing that.
Addiction is intensified, he says, by how much the gambling companies know about each user. That data was used to tailor offers and push notifications to keep the guy in action.
They knew the life stage, the customer life stage it was at. So win back, they described it. So
but okay, I hate this video, honestly, because isn't this exceptionally obvious? Isn't all of this like... It's like me making a video about how like doing cocaine every day is very bad, and like making a 28-minute documentary about how like you really shouldn't do cocaine every day, and that it's fucked up that it's like so widely available for people to do it every day, and how that's wow. Like, why is this 3 million views? Do Americans not have parents that tell them gambling bad? Like what? I thought it was going to be more focused on like streamers being cringe. I was looking forward to that. But hey, we're here, so we're watching it.
Given up gambling for a while, and they're trying to get them to come back.
Just by using these apps, you're giving them data about your gambling habits, which they can then weaponize against you. If they realize around 2 p.m. every Sunday is when you're most likely to interact with the app because you're watching 19 games.
2 goals, transfer wealth and make life worse for as many people as possible. This is the way of the world, of course, my friend. This is the way of the world in capitalism, especially.
At once.
Our parents are addicted to. Yeah, that's fucked.
You're starting to get a little restless. They can tailor make a push notification just for you. Maybe they'll boost the odds of a third quarter Tyreek Hill touchdown, or they'll show you a parlay that 50,000 other people have bet on, and that many people can't all be wrong. Let's talk about parlays for a second, because I think that's one of the biggest contributors to the exponential rise of sports betting.
It's parlay time.
Put simply, a parlay is when you combine multiple bets into one bet, significantly decreasing the odds of it hitting.
Why did my boy, I used to respect that guy, why the fuck is he doing betting ads, dude? Thank you, Carly Vinger, very much for the 9 months. Hello, I'm fighting the good fight for the Gunner State. Good for you, good for us to have such a proud soldier with us that is now probably give us another child soldier.
But massive
after 9 months, if you know what I mean.
Boosting the payout you'll win if it does. It's basically the difference between winning a few dollars for correctly calling.
Thank you, McGinn, for supporting our slander against parents of America. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs, which makes me, now feel like I have to say it because, your parents didn't tell you that gamba bad. Maybe then they also didn't tell you that advertising bad and brain rot and propaganda, and that you really shouldn't watch advertising like the one that's going to play in 20 seconds. Instead, you should become a subscriber for $6 a month or free through Prime. Me, who is basically your adopted uncle / dad at this point, is telling you this. So watching ad, very bad. Giving a masked man on internet money, very good. Okay? Daddy has said it, so it must be true.
One coin flip or winning thousands of dollars if you can get that coin to
Thank you one more time, McGinn. Thank you very much.
land on heads 12 times in a row. You're so distracted by the possibility of how much you could win that you're not even considering
That 2000 is staring us right in the eye, brothers. Staring us right in the eye, brothers.
the fact that you definitely won't. Parlays are the lottery ticket of sports betting, and these apps have made it so easy to make one whenever you want. The only thing stopping you from putting together a parlay that frankly doesn't even make sense is your own imagination. Because of parlays, I think for a lot of people, gambling has become death by 1,000 paper cuts. Maybe instead of losing a lot of money all at once, you're just losing a little bit of money all the time. Sometimes
Isn't this obvious?
Almost won. 5 out of 6.
Isn't this obvious?
So close, but that means I'll definitely win next time. My only personal experience with online sports betting was a couple years ago when I saw
The eternal hypocrisy of an American losing his fucking shit at a guy fucking smoking a cig or walking with a fucking beer while wasting away their experience or their fucking life on junk food and gambling will never be not hilarious to me, dude.
Underdog Fantasy was offering to match your first deposit up to $100. And I thought, okay, I'll give
even worse, watching ads. Who the fuck does that anymore, bro? That's so fucking cringe.
it a try. I watch a lot of football. Maybe I can finally make back some of the money I've spent over the years supporting my stupid, shitty team. So I put in $100. They doubled it. And slowly over the course of the next 2 months, I lost $25 every week until it was all gone. Now, if I'm being honest, I think this was actually best case scenario for me. I consider myself lucky that the few times I've tried gambling, it hasn't gone well for me because
I gambled like at least 10 times. I play blackjack, I do the slots or whatever. Sometimes win, sometimes lose, as the joke says. But if you're able to treat it as a little bit of fucking fun on the weekend, good for you. But the best thing you can do is not try it at all, because you do not know just how addicted you could potentially become. The main pitch at the end of the day, I guess, is like, unless you have like a shit ton of disposable income, never gamble. I mean, my argument would be never gamble. But if you're gonna gamble, please like limit it. Be like, I'm going in with $100 today, and if I lose the $100, I'm walking out. In mini America, we get a monthly payment based on how many children under 17 you have that we call child tax. One time on child tax day, my friend who worked at a bar that had slot machines had to call the police when she went out for a smoke and saw that one of the couples that had been at the machine for a few hours had brought their kids and left them in the car. Jesus fucking Christ. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? I guess I go gamble instead of gifting subs. No jocula? No. I know that you are not smartest man in chat, but that is not what I said. Okay? Instead of gambling, gamble on your future and the future of capitalism by subscribing to YugopnikTwitch. You're gambling that capitalism will fall and you will reap many benefits because you had once or many times supported guys that say communism coming would be good. It is gambling on a positive future. It is a long-term investment. It is very good for you and your soul. There you go, Jocula. Listen to me properly. Good boy, Jocula. Good boy. Very good. You see, sometimes even very stupid guys like Jocula can have a moment of enlightenment when they listen to their uncles. Very good. Very good.
Because I have no positive association with it. In the same way that I have no desire to smoke cigarettes.
Please gamble. I love watching people struggle with vices. Ay, blah.
That's because the first time I did, I smoked 2 back-to-back for some reason and was nauseous the rest of the night. I have no desire to gamble because I've only ever lost money doing it. So even though Underdog managed to get $100 out of me, I actually think they would have preferred if I won a little bit first. When betting apps give out these kind of introductory offers, it's not just so they can get a bunch of free money, although that's definitely part of it. They're trying to create a customer for life.
Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. $5 get $200 back. $250 to $500. Up to $2,000.
Online sportsbooks know that the best way to get people addicted to their product is to make that first big win as easy as possible. So they'll lure you in with an offer that seems too good to be true because all of that is...
And that's on the apps, but the way they lure in like very young people in my part of the world is, you know, you don't have money for drinks. The bars are expensive, the clubs are expensive, etc., etc. So at one moment of the night, it happened very, 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 very often back in university. Dudes were like, yo, let's go with $10 each to the casino and just lose it all, but make sure that we drink at least $10 worth of alcohol. And they would, you know, keep coming back, giving you, of course, the cheapest, worst fucking booze on planet Earth. But it would be, quote unquote, free for as long as you stayed there and actively gambled. And it was kind of a trick, you know? Like very often we did manage to be one of the rare gamblers that comes out on top. Because you got free alcohol and you only wasted $10 for basically like $40 worth of drinks. You know, win-win.
Pennies compared to what they're raking in from the people who are hooked. They give you free money to start with. They'll let you try again if your first bet doesn't work. They'll let you throw in one leg of a parlay that has essentially a 100% chance of hitting. They are desperate to make sure you have a good time. They want every time you see that app icon on your phone.
Do you need a refill? I'll start sobbing right now. I'm hoping.
To think about the rush you felt when you turned $5 into $100.
For Romania's cook, they called re-elections. Really?
So you keep chasing that feeling forever. I just managed to outsmart.
The only way to win at gambling is not trying to win. Exactly. It is conning the casino out of free beers, bro.
Them by being so
It's almost a civil war. Jesus Christ. I hope all the Romanian friends are okay.
Unbelievably bad at sports betting that I never even came close to winning. But because I was curious to see how much online sports gambling has evolved since I tried it a couple years ago, and because I would never leave a stone unturned in the pursuit of research, I decided for this video I should try it one more time. So I signed up for the only legal sports book in my home state of Florida, which I assume is named after famous internet sex symbol Hard Rock Nick.
Balls tugged on one by one.
Their introductory offer is that they'll give you another chance to bet if your first one doesn't win. On the surface, that almost sounds like free money, but it's not like you can bet once, lose, and then just take your money back. You still have to give them the money. You're probably just gonna lose twice for the price of one. But hey, check this out. I've already unlocked a 1x multiplier, which means for every dollar I earn, I walk away with $1. I spent the next 12 minutes...
I don't know who said it. Gambling, especially slots, are like very, very shitty video games that you, instead of paying $60 for, have to pay a lot more for. That's it. That's slots. It's like... the fucking shit spinning, and that's it. Oh my god, I got a double werewolf. Oh my god, I got a triple coin.
Hard at work, concocting the smartest and most guaranteed parlays the world has ever seen. With all my bets placed, I could finally sit back, relax, and enjoy a stress-free Sunday afternoon.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
The two guys that ended up in the second term might get kicked out of the race, but why? It's insane. Russia might be involved in the elections big time. Or the fascists will fight the corrupt current government instead of the non-corrupt pro-EU candidate. Wow.
I bet on Sam Darnold. Why did I bet on Kirk Cousins? Why did I take the over on Curtis Martin rushing yards? He retired in 2007.
The next few hours felt like a roller coaster, but in spite of it all, I was determined to come out on top.
Guess who has 2 thumbs and just won $9.52? This guy. My other thumb's holding the phone.
I was down, but now I'm up.
And since I only lost 5 other bets, I was just $61 from breaking even.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Drew, how could you have possibly known the Bills were going to beat a team significantly worse than them? What are you, some kind of genius? No. I prefer Savant. The truth is, none of this would have been possible without my good luck charm, Michael McCorkle Jones. You can look it up, that's his real name. Ever since I saw him hit the gritty at the Pro Bowl a few years ago, I knew I needed a metal poster of him to hang up on my wall. And thanks to today's sponsor, Displate, that's finally possible. Are you tired of waking up to your boring, empty walls? You try to hang up posters, but your hammer didn't come with instructions, so you don't.
I'll be right back, chat. I'll leave you with Hot Chair Min. Entertain yourself. Let this man entertain you, and I will be back. Okay, dokie.
Don't know how to use it. Well, why don't you go ahead and throw that thing in the trash? Because you don't need one to hang up a display. Displays are high-quality metal posters that help you show off all your favorite interests, whether it's Elden Ring, Halo 3, or a Minion from the movie Minions. And the best part is you can hang them up in a matter of seconds without any tools and without putting any holes in your walls. Display has over 2 million artworks to choose from, including tons of officially licensed designs from brands like Marvel, Star Wars, and Minions from the movie Minions. They've even got a product called Textra that brings your posters to life with tactile textures and 3D contours. Finally, a poster that's fun to touch. If you've been procrastinating your holiday shopping, there's never been a better time to snag a display. Not only are they great gifts for anyone in your life, but they're celebrating Black Friday with their biggest discount of the year. You can get up to 44% off your order by going to the link in the description, display.com/DrewGooden, or by using my code Drew at checkout. Thank you so much to Display for sponsoring today's video, which unfortunately will now continue. All right, so I've been using this app for a little over a week now, and even though I did win a few more bets, all I've really managed to do is turn my initial $100 into zero. It's all gone. I think they know they're on the verge of losing me for good because they're really ramping up the notifications. Most days I'm getting at least one every hour. They even offered me another second chance bet, this time up to $500. They are so confident based on everything I've shown them so far that it seems they're willing to give me any amount of money because it doesn't matter, I'm just going to lose it all anyway. Even in my very limited time using this app, I can already see the traps they're setting for me, and I am falling for them. For some reason, I've done multiple parlays that are contingent upon something happening at the beginning of a game. They offer a bunch of bets that are based on first quarter stats, and I realized firsthand why they do this. Because that one leg can cook your entire parlay immediately. But at that point, you've already committed to betting on this game, and there's so much more game to bet on. So you do. And before you know it, you're betting on Keyshawn George to make 5 threes? Why did I do that? I don't even know who that is. Why did I think Jake Paul was gonna knock out Mike Tyson? That fight was never ending in a knockout. They punched each other like 4 times. Obviously, they were just in it for the money, and I knew that going into it. I only did this bet because they boosted my odds, and they only boosted my odds because they knew it wasn't going to happen anyway. It's 2024. How am I still getting scammed by Jake Paul? And on the flip side, when I do win a bet, sometimes I'm not even that happy about it because I'm just like, I should have bet more. You start getting carried away doing the math. I turned $10 into $30, but I could have turned $100 into $300. $1,000 into $3,000. Oh my God. It's infinite money. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things about gambling is that sometimes it works. It's a hobby that technically could go well for you if you get very lucky and quit at the exact right time, which you won't, and the casinos are banking on the fact that you won't. Problem gamblers aren't just chasing a feeling, they're chasing this idea that maybe they'll win the lottery. A lot of gamblers can recognize that they have a problem, but see the problem as the way out of the problem.
I think the feeling at the time was, if you can just get lucky here somewhere, then potentially there's a way of making this all go away. I suppose the flip side to that as well, Aaron, is it was enabling me to just gamble as much as I wanted as well.
If I just have one good day, I can win it all back. Yes, I've dug this huge hole for myself, but if I just keep digging, I might be able to find that diamond I've been desperately searching for. But the sad reality is, even if you find the diamond, you're just...
The ninja has returned. He has returned from his visit to the toilet. I've spoken to the gods of the toilet. They have said we love your piss.
Gonna feel so good doing it that you'll probably...
You're stinky and smells like poo-poo. Debo, go fuck yourself. But that is also very true.
Dive right back into the mines looking for another one.
The truth is, if I'd had that...
Is that the program merch? Look sick. Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. That is the program merch, brother. Yeah, brother.
I would have just spent it anyway.
A lot of the higher-ups at these companies will refuse any responsibility for creating new gambling addicts over the past few years. They'll make the argument that they're...
You know, that energy boost after you empty your bowls? As we all know, piss is stored in the bowls, chat.
Just addicted to their phone, and our app just happens to be on it.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of
Alcohol isn't addictive. Beer is the same like water. What are you talking about? It's just a liquid. There's no fucking difference there, brother.
betting makes the phone more addictive than just tooling around Instagram.
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really?
Hey, they be gambling any...
Us getting Coca-Cola in all of your stores. I'm sure it has nothing to do with rising rates of diabetes. What are you talking about? But diabetes is the big problem. We really should fight diabetes. But making literal diabetes injecting vaccines, also known as Coca-Cola, and putting it right in front of you for $1.99. We are not helping this in any way. No, what are you saying? It's Christmas, by the way. Bet and buy Coca-Cola. For every bet, you get a Coca-Cola.
Anyway,
Sorry, I'm schizo-capitalist posting right now.
It's on our app that sends 30 push notifications a day and is linked to their bank account, or only available in a state on the other side of the country, is totally irrelevant. And while there are...
Also, it is time for me to tell you what I'm consuming today. I'm consuming the highest... What the fuck? It went off. I'm consuming the highest quality Zin of all time. Ace, the sponsor of today's video. I'm kidding, unfortunately not. Cool Mint, a 4 out of 5 strength. It is a good old 12. It is a 12 milligram, okay? 12 milligram Zinni, and we are consuming that today. Let us fucking go. No more vapes. As you've seen, no vapes today. No more vapes. I'm sticking true to the true masculine way of nicotine straight to the veins. Straight to the veins. Okay, I don't know where all that energy came from.
Obviously, some people for whom that is true, you cannot deny the fact that making it so goddamn easy to bet anything at any time is leading to more people gambling who wouldn't have otherwise. You're dangling a piece of candy inches away from people.
This is like, I love this creator. What's his name? Drew Gooden. But this is the most like non-video I've watched since I've started streaming. This is a non-video. By non-video, I mean like he made the obvious video about an obvious thing, and he is saying obvious things for 30 minutes. And it's viral. You get what I mean, right? Like, he just... Like, it's so obvious. Every single thing he said is so, like... It's like, I don't know, dunking on heroin. Like, obviously bad. The fuck? Probably aimed at young people. Yeah, as I said, parentless young people. But I was like, I think gambling was like the second conversation they had with me after drugs bad.
People's faces and then saying, hey, it's not our fault they grabbed it. They still would have grabbed it even if it was 2,000 miles away. Since this is all still relatively new in the US, maybe we'll see more legislation in the future to combat this avalanche.
Of course,
in some countries, they no longer allow celebrities to appear in sportsbook ads, or they've banned the ads from appearing during sporting events altogether. America is still in this Wild West infancy where all these apps are just scrambling to find a way onto your phone before regulations start kicking in. But maybe in the future? Nah, I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to imagine that happening. I think it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the tube. The leagues are making too...
Yeah, and they'll probably make like political lobby pitches at some point. Like gambling lobby in the States is going to be as unhinged as everything is in the States. It's going to be a copy of what they're doing somewhere abroad. Like, you know, it's... against my freedom or whatever to block me from gambling, etc., etc. But in the United States, it's going to be extra. It's going to be like, my forefathers have died for the right for me to gamble, brother. If I don't have the right to lose all my fucking money, then am I really even a free man, brother? When I'm okay, Sade, I have a dream. A dream that black, white, or whatever other color enters our casino, they will be treated equally, and their money shall be taken equally, brother. Jebote pas. American literacy rate is at like 80%. Literacy rate is like it's very easy to believe millions of Americans are totally unaware of how bad and dangerous it is to have a literal casino in your pocket.
Too much money off it already. Of course they want to shove betting after.
Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, the greatest gamba man of all time, brother.
Down everyone's throats.
Why do you think there was an X in Malcolm X's name? Because he put that X on the proper betting ticket. Yeah.
People more of a reason to watch the games, especially bad ones. Well, most people...
One day you will be able to gamble for guns in America, brother, and I will do a pilgrimage to try it out myself.
No, there will definitely be like if you put $5,000 in your gambling account and don't pull it out for at least a month or play the whole 5,000, we will ship an AR-15 straight to your house for free on us.
People would turn off
but no, you know why they won't do it? You know why they won't do it? You know why they won't do it? Because the main way to lose a gambling addict is them killing themselves. So you might see a very strange parallel. Obviously, I'm joking about this. Yeah, but, the gambling industrial complex, lobbying against gun ownership, because there is a direct correlation between gun ownership and suicide rates, right? And, you know, the gambling lobby, the casino lobby doesn't want you to off yourself because they can milk you forever. So we might see some capitalist infighting there. I can't wait for the American Civil War Boogaloo 2, casino versus gun.
20-point blowout in the fourth quarter. You're still glued to the screen because you need CeeDee Lamb to get 12 more yards for your parlay to hit. They've figured out a way to make every moment matter, even if it doesn't.
You want to make every game interesting? Step one, open the BetMGM Sportsbook. You know what to do.
It's not just sports, though. It seems like these days you can gamble on absolutely anything. You can bet on celebrity breakups. You can bet on which White Lotus character will return in Season 3. You can bet on the presidential election. And oh my God, so many people did. Hundreds of millions of dollars were tied up in political bets this year. And if that's not indicative of a nationwide gambling epidemic...
No. This is actually interesting. This is actually unironically interesting. The gambling on the presidents literally moved the statistical chance of who the casinos themselves believed would win, depending on both, you know, outside factors made by algorithms and analysts, etc., but also which one of the candidates was bet on more. So there was a lot of people, most likely with a lot of money, that made crazy money from this shit by quite literally moving the fucking thing around. Moving the fucking thing around by just like putting crazy money, for example, into Kamala. So chances for Kamala being higher to win. That means if you bet on Trump, you have a higher return, and then put a crazy amount of money, but a bit less into Trump, which after victory ends up being a lot more than how much was you put in Kamala or Trump in the first place. That type of shit. There's a TrueAnon episode on it. Just watch it.
I don't know what is. But I'll admit, I'm a little conflicted about this. Because on one hand, gamifying every aspect of our lives only gives more power to those with influence. It creates a financial incentive for spreading deliberate misinformation. It can make you question the motive behind everything you see and hear. But on the other hand, XQC lost $700,000.
I mean, you don't need gambling to have it to realize that you live in a system in which truth is directly manipulated based on interest groups. But, you know, I think chat knows this.
There's betting on the election, and that's really fun. If you don't know who XQC is, he's a streamer who, at least in every clip I've seen of him, seems to be speaking a language he invented and no one else can understand. He's also one of the many streamers who've massively increased their wealth over the past few years by taking sponsorships from offshore crypto-based online casinos, helping them and the website they stream it on explode in popularity. At almost any point of any day, you can go to the slots tab on kick.com and see someone who is zonked out of their mind, eyes bloodshot red, 12 hours into non-
Is it against TOS for us to go and check it out? Is it against TOS to go and check this out? To literally go and kick and see what the fucking gamblers are doing. I don't think so. And the next chatter is, I think so. Probably. Ah, fuck.
Non-stop slots.
That would have been fun.
Fans desperately trying to win back all the money they've lost so far, oftentimes in a situation so dire that even the chat, with no personal stakes involved and only there for entertainment, is begging them to stop. But they can't. They're on autopilot. Every loss is money that needs to be won back, and every win is just more money to gamble with. I randomly opened this guy's stream one day and watched in real time as he won almost 100...
That's not, remember Hassan and Yuri streaming Ad and Ross? Yeah, but this is like with gambling as well. Because gambling is very no for the Twitch. Even though I'm watching gambling now in a weird way.
$1,000 and then say this.
95K, that's fucking huge. We're a tenth of the way back.
A tenth? This dude was down $1 million.
Streaming tomorrow? Yes, baby. We are streaming tomorrow, baby.
Dollars on Big Bass Bash? Now, to most people watching, it's pretty easy to say, hey man, you should probably quit while you're ahead. No, 100,000 isn't $1 million, but it's a lot more than zero. The problem is someone in this state of mind isn't capable of seeing it that way. He's not even in Thursday afternoon with the rest of us. He's still on the tail end of Wednesday night. So the rational part of his brain, too subdued to muster anything more than a mumble, asks his chat if he should end it there.
We up the better leave.
They all scream, of course you should, but it falls on deaf ears. He's yet to stop spamming spins for even a second. This man is no longer in control of his actions. He's a zombie, relegated to the passenger seat of his own mind as it careens towards the conclusion everyone watching knows is inevitable. But there's nothing he can do to stop the momentum.
I have to quit. At a certain point, I have to give up. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Oh my god. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Dude, that dog demolished the balance. Oh my god. That's crazy. Lost over $1 million today.
Dog. The fuck?
There's nothing in there.
All he can do now is sit in the reality of what just happened.
What the fuck? Dude.
Come to terms with the fact that despite his and everyone else's better judgment, he got doghoused.
Doghouse is what did it. Dude, doghouse is what defeated me. I got doghouse. I got a full doghouse. Full doghouse, dude. Full doghouse. Full fucking doghouse, dude. Dude. I got doghouse.
Did I just watch this guy ruin his life?
I don't know, actually.
That is peak entertainment, baby. Let's fucking go. Bring back the gambling even on Twitch, bro. That is peak entertainment, brother.
The thing is, it's hard to...
Financial suicide live for you to stream. Welcome to 21st century America. Indeed.
Take streams like this at face value. There's a very well-documented history of streamers on Kick high-stakes gambling with money that was given to them by the website they're playing on. So not only are the stakes not high, but it's technically not even gambling. It's just promotion. The entire goal of these streams is just to make the people watching them think they too can go win life-changing.
The casinos literally give them money. Like, they literally give them money. It's a fucking con. Most of you know this.
Money on asscoin.com. So maybe this is all bullshit. Maybe the only real thing about these streams are the holes he punched into the wall behind him. Maybe he'll miraculously be back in a couple days with a suspiciously large balance after seeming to lose everything. But clips like this are just the flip side of an online ecosystem.
I don't need to gamble. I don't need to gamble because I'm already a multimillionaire, dude. You want to see? You want to see? I have like a lot of these. You want to see this? I framed it because it's my first one. But I have like hundreds of these. See how many zeros that is? But it's in reverse, I know. I reversed my cam, but you get the point. I have like hundreds of these. Back at one point when the disgusting communists got defeated and Yugoslavia was falling apart, at one point, almost all citizens of the country were billionaires. This could get you like bubble gum. Okay? Rich boy.
Currently doing everything it can to convince impressionable teenagers scrolling through TikTok.
Is it a hyperinflated currency? Yes, my friend, it's a hyperinflated currency.
And YouTube Shorts that gambling is awesome, actually, and you gotta
start. So actually, when you subscribe, you are giving me like hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of this currency at that time. I love how the back of it is the National Library of Yugoslavia. Like, they ran out of the things to put on the new currencies that they kept fucking dropping. This is 1993. What even is this number? 500 billion? In English, I mean. 500 miliardi, brate. Yugoslavia putting a library on money is analytically based. 500 billion, yeah. So next time you say Yugopnik is just out here begging for subs, I don't need your money. Look at what I got. Look at what I got. And I don't even spend it. I just put it up there as a flex. Whenever a guest comes, I'm like, look at what I got. And I don't even spend it.
Start doing it.
Yes. Oh my god. Bang.
That's a great feeling, man.
Now, some people have accused these websites of rigging the odds in favor of the streamers, so it's easier for them to farm these clips. And as far as I'm aware, there's no proof of that. I think the misrepresentation of odds here is simply due to the fact that these websites can just keep depositing money into their accounts whenever they lose, giving them unlimited funds to play with.
Unless Rubet's gonna give me free money, I think that's like actually it. We really just need Howie to give us a ton of free money.
If you're given infinite money, you can just keep betting until you hit a jackpot. For them, there's no such thing as rock bottom, a philosophy that very much does not translate to real life. In real life, you can't
just take out loans with that money as collateral. Yeah, I use the subs as collateral to take out more of this money.
Can hit rock bottom, and when you do, there's no texting Howie to get yourself out of it. What's especially concerning about these kinds of streams is that while sports betting apps are at least targeting mostly grown men, the majority audience for a lot of these streamers are teenagers and young adults. People whose brains have not finished developing yet. People who would have a harder time distinguishing between entertainment and real life and have less of an ability to evaluate risk compared to people much older than them. It is statistically proven that people who are exposed to gambling at a young age are more likely to develop problems with it later in life. So maybe don't do this? Is that too much to ask?
Now, there are a few different types of gambling streams.
Remember when old people said, like, don't spend too much time on the internet because it will turn you into, like, a drug addict? Well, it turns out they were, like, 50% correct. Not a drug addict, but a gamba addict for sure, brother.
Streamers. There are the ones like Aiden Ross who have been very transparent.
Remember those motherfuckers that, like, were gambling with, like, very expensive Counter-Strike skins? A perfect kind of in-betweener way for you to get kids into gambling, but it's not real money, so it's not illegal. It's video game skins. Oh, God, dude.
About the fact that money is the only thing that matters to them, and there's no line they would be unwilling to cross in pursuit of it. Then there's streamers like Steve Will Do It, who admitted in an interview with CoffeeZilla that the only reason he started taking these sponsorships was because he used to have a gambling problem, and it was a way for him to continue to gamble without having to use his own money. In other words, he knows from personal experience the harm a gambling addiction can cause, but he has no problem promoting that to other people as long as it's not his money they're losing. But then there's also plenty of streamers that don't.
And the funniest thing about this is, like, I don't think I don't think he does this because like he is like amoral or immoral. I think he does this because he's just too stupid to realize how he's impacting people's lives. Guy's just too dumb. He's too dumb to understand what evil is, bro. He's too dumb that he's like, holy shit, a kid took their fucking dad's debit card and spent $100K on this shit. College fund gone. I got doghoused. Int 2 moment.
Don't seem to think they're doing anything wrong. They put their head in the sand and make excuses because the money's too good for them to turn down. Take Nick Merckx, for example. Nick gets pretty defensive when people question the fact that he spends 1 week out of every month spinning slots on kick.com. Oh yeah, man, sorry. Forgot a bunch of children watch my streams. Like, dude, you've spent the past 6 years streaming Fortnite and Call of Duty. If you don't think the majority of your audience is young men, I don't know what to tell you. And don't even get me started on Drake. I know a large portion of his audience is underage because those are the people he's trying to fuck.
So while obviously these websites who use
Okay, that was a very good joke. Almost the whole video was worth it because of that joke. That was a good joke.
Centralized currency and are based out of a small island country with laughably loose gambling restrictions in order to skirt federal regulations are mostly to blame for the damage they've caused. These celebrities and streamers who've helped popularize them are very much complicit. When you build an audience online, whether you like it or not, there is a parasocial element to it. There are people in your fan base who look up to you and trust you, and every time you sell something to them, you are leveraging that parasocial relationship in order to financially benefit. And I'm not gonna act like I'm perfect. I sell sell merch. I have sponsors. I just did an ad read like 3 minutes ago. But my God, I feel like the bare minimum with the sponsorship is, does this product actively hurt the people that use it? Yes? Then I'm not gonna do that. I get that it can sting to turn down a lot of money, and if the numbers people have floated around are accurate, it is a stupid amount of money. But for some of these people who could already live 10 full lifetimes without ever having to worry about bills ever again, when is it enough? It's just crazy to me. It's like, thank you to everyone who supports what I do. You've given me my dream job, this life of luxury I'm so lucky to have. And in return, I give to you a crippling addiction. Sorry, I wanted to buy a house in Mexico.
We got another place because you can't do it in America. You have to go somewhere else. So we went somewhere else and we got another place.
Call me dramatic, but I'm a little concerned where this is all headed. People like to talk about iPad babies who are burning
demons, bro. Demons.
all their dopamine receptors before they even reach preschool. But what is a slot machine if not just a giant iPad, scientifically engineered to be a...
This is hell. This is probably what it looks like. For people who have dedicated their whole life to getting as much money as possible and have done nothing else, this is what hell looks like to them. This is literally it. It's a screenshot from hell. My boy Satan sent it to me. He was like, yo, share it with your fucking stream so they don't come here, bro. It's overfilled. We don't want any more immigrants, bro. We're building a wall around hell because the influx has been too ridiculous lately.
As mesmerizing as possible so you don't even realize what you're letting it take from you.
$1,000 in fast spins at $50 a spin. Look at that, 194,000.
That was the whole video? Jesus Christ, I should report that shit. Where's the one with all the old people going fucking crazy? It's all wins. There you go. It's all the wins. Yeah, the mobility scooter screams America. Yeah, this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. This is incredible.
It can always turn around.
And I love how the casino speaker said, it can always turn around. This is the generation that told you that you're weird for getting zoned out by your PC screen or your living room TV when you were playing an engaging game. Not a cell phone in sight, just people living in the moment.
$1,000 grand. That thing is due. Oh.
So this is what old people losing their retirement savings to the rich guy owning the casino looks like, exactly.
Well, that's $1,000.
Gambling can be addictive enough on its own even before you add in all this social pressure. The transition from casual gambler to full-blown addict can happen so gradually, a lot of people don't even realize it's happened to them until it's too late. And when...
Like most addictions, yes.
Everyone around you, from celebrities in commercials to all your favorite streamers, are just making it seem like it's no big deal. It's fun. Everybody does it. Can you truly recognize the seriousness of what you're getting yourself into? I think all we can really do for the time being is try to fight back.
But dude, I was so close to like having like 4 of 5-leaf clovers like in a row, bro. Like next time I'm definitely gonna hit it.
Against the normalization of gambling.
Year 7 of him trying to hit it.
So what do you say we all get together and call a timeout? What's that? They already tried that for hate.
We need to stop it.
So let's take this moment
To change the momentum.
I call a timeout
On hate. Together. Together.
And it's not working, even though they got Shaq.
Well, that's not good. That was kind of the only idea I had.
Gambling is not new. For as long as there's been man, there's been the primal desire to bet it all on red. But what is new is the way technology has evolved to prey on these urges in the most efficient and targeted ways possible. Using AI
through advertisement, like the one that is going to play in exactly 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Why gamble your life away in a casino when you can give $5, $6, $3, depending on where you're from, to your favorite Twitch streamer? Subscribe now and avoid ads that are going to play in exactly 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Very weak pitch, but do it. Do it. Don't gamble. Give me, please. Let's hit that 2,000, baby. Let's make the number like spin until we get to the 2,000, baby. Thank you, Barry Bowles, for your 40th gift sub. Barry Bowles, the biggest fucking G today. Thank you very much, my beautiful oiler. Thank you very much.
to send push notifications at the precise moment they know they're most likely to be open, using a constantly evolving algorithm to offer bets that are so time sensitive you have to commit to it before you even have a
abolish money, SMH. Yes, literally abolish $6 out of your account by becoming a sum. I'm kidding. Don't.
Chance to think about it. These apps didn't invent gambling addiction. They've just made it more accessible. You combine all of that with a system in which most people aren't paid nearly enough money for the amount of work that they do and might see gambling as one of the only ways out of that situation, only to end up...
Jesus Christ, Barry, thank you for the 4 additional. Barry single-handedly carrying today's stream. Everybody say thank you, Barry. Thank you for your beautiful balls, Barry. Thank you very much, ka. Thank you, Jocula. Actually, no, not thank you, Jocula. Jocula, you suck. Because apparently, the more shit I give Jocula, the more he donates. So, Jocula's got a weird Findom king fetish. Jocula, am I your Findom? Am I Jocula's Findom? And also, if I'm somebody's Findom, does that count as cheating? Am I supposed to have a conversation with my girlfriend? I just like balls. Jesus, Jocula is on his villain arc today.
Exacerbating
Thank you very much, Barry.
Problems, and you end up with the unmitigated economic disaster where...
Jesus Christ, Barry. Thank you for the extra 6, you beautiful son of a bitch. Thank you very, very much. But like, hey, I mean, this is starting to feel awkward. Somebody help Barry out here, okay? Somebody help Barry out here so he doesn't feel like he's the only one gambling his money at Yugo, okay?
And now, forgive me for using the C word, but we've stumbled into the stage of
okay?
capitalism.
This jihad against advertising cannot be carried by a single man and his balls. Thank you, Big Jin, and thank you for starting the fucking hype train that goes true motherfucking true, baby. True motherfucking true. Let me check if I have anything on the shitpost thing that you guys added. Probably you haven't, because you don't love me. You don't love me at all. Because the promise is whenever there's a hype train, we watch shitposts. But I don't think there's anything added to the actual shitpost thing. Yeah, there's nothing added. Yeah, there's nothing added except... whenever we're on a train, whenever we're on a hype train, this is what it feels like.
At the same time, the Chinese people will never allow any foreign forces to bully, oppress, or enslave us. Anyone who dares to try to do that will have their heads.
There's the dangest communist money-making international fucking being born right here. Thank you, Abdul. Welcome to the community, Abdul. Welcome, brother.
Bloodied against the Great Wall of Steel, forged by over 1.4 billion.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Okay, that does go hard, dude. Everybody's like, Hugo, why are you such a China simp? It's so hard not to be, that's why. And I'm not a China simp, I think you know me well enough, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult. Oh. She has so much risk, she absolutely does. What's this? The longer the hype train goes, the longer we shit post, I guess, yeah. Fanboy house, wife and tomboy, oh well. Oh my god, what is this?
Oh, honey. Welcome home. Do you want dinner or a bath or... Oh. Hi. I just need you.
No, we're not doing... No, I'm not... No. No. There's not enough money in the world. No. Oh. Používanie amerikanstva, no? It's just a chill song. It's just a chill song, but it's not much of a Very nice. Okay, back to a regularly scheduled podcast. Thank you very much. This pops up. Thank you very much for the train.
Where every dollar must be profited by any means necessary, and foregoing any chance to do so would simply be seen as a missed opportunity. Advertisements in between.
Drew Goodman, my good man. A bit of class consciousness right in between all that shit. Very good, very good. Teach the kids, bro.
In the game, not enough. Now they're a part of the game. I mean,
just bought 2D program shirts. Jesus Christ, thank you.
Fridge in the hotel that I can store my leftovers in? No, we should be filling every square inch of that thing with $12 Coke cans that'll automatically charge your credit card even if you're just moving one out of the way. A YouTube outro that's just a few seconds of peaceful music and no call to action? You wish, bozo. Please go listen to the song I made with my friend Sam. I wrote the guitar for it, and I think it's pretty good. Thanks for watching.
Very nice. Go listen to Cascade by Satron Kane Samuel and Drew Gooden. He's not Goodman, he's Gooden. He's Gooden. Okay, so gambling bad, but it exists. Let's learn about something that most likely doesn't exist, and that's the conservative left. Have you ever met a guy that's like, I am economically left, but socially right? What the fuck? I don't think those exist, or they are very, 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 very rare. Mania did the best Euro song ever. Is it the one I'm thinking of? It's My Life. What is this? Sorry, I know I said no more shit posting, but what is this?
So bright, like a diamond.
Oh my god, it's Dracula, but gay.
So true, I can paint my world in blue. Love is so deep, and it makes my life complete. Like a mountain.
I think no, many had a better one. It had a better one. It had a better one. Wait. I think it was this one. Oh yeah, it was this one. With the drums. And wait for it. Thank you, Anti0072. Thank you very much. Let me just go grab some food and I'll be right back. So why the conservative left is on the rise in Europe? That is so strange. The fuck are the guys from TLDR News gonna tell us today? The fuck is what the fuck is a conservative left? Yeah. I'll be right back.
Most notable things about the recent state elections in Germany was not just the success of the AfD, but also the success of the new Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, or BSW, who came third in all 3 states.
Jesus, if this guy calls AfD a fucking left-wing party, I'm gonna cut my nuts off and eat it live.
Now looks set to play kingmaker in the coalition negotiations. BSW combines left-wing economic policies with conservative cultural policies, and its rise has confounded commentators who've struggled to place it on the traditional left-right axis. But while BSW might be the most explicit instance of it, what we might call the conservative left have been on the rise in Europe for a while now. So in this video, we're going to take a look at who the conservative left are, what they actually want, and why they're becoming more popular. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's just start by explaining what we mean by the conservative left. In short, the conservative left refers to politicians and parties who are to the right on social and cultural issues, hence the conservative, but to the left on economic issues. When it comes to their position on social issues, the conservative left usually supports restrictive immigration policies, express skepticism towards green politics, and oppose political correctness or identity politics. When it comes to economic issues, the conservative left endorses typical left-wing policies, but generally focus less on what we might call redistributive economic policies like higher taxes and welfare spending, which accept the income distribution as it is and aim to remedy inequalities afterwards, and focus more on what we might call pre-distributive policies like higher minimum wages, protectionism for certain industries, and pro-union legislation, which aims to directly...
What chat? Is this lib shit? This lib shit? Are we shitting the lib? Should I stop watching it because it's too cringe? So, we have the pasta. We have the food. Okay, we have the food. It's a very, very gamer day, okay? Extremely spicy pasta. Extremely spicy. Like, very, very fucking spicy. It's got some red fucking pepper or whatever. And then we're going very Balkan with our tiny little extremely sour salad. Exceptionally sour. And then a combination of the spicy, the creamy, and the sour should be very, very enjoyable. But, unfortunately, I have to kill my cam so that I can eat. I ordered another eating mask, so eventually it will come. And while we do that, I will play this for you. Jesus, the lol, I killed the chat instead of the cam. That's almost fucked up. Which one? How do I name my cam? Like this. Okay. And here, I'll make the cup really big. There we go. This is me now. Okay, chat, I love you. Okay, let's watch the video while I eat. I will need like around 5 minutes to eat. In the meanwhile, enjoy good work and what the fuck is up with Cybertrucks?
Cybertruck. This roughly 6,500-pound stainless steel missile that was conceived when Elon Musk fucked a dishwasher has become a cultural lightning rod. Conservatives love it, libs hate it, but good God, is it great for content.
The Tesla Cybertruck.
Cybertruck.
Oh, here it is,
Do I have a lot of thoughts?
Already a disaster.
You gotta admit that's a fun thing to drive.
Yeah, it's definitely faster than it needs to be.
We're gonna shoot the Cybertruck,
So we're gonna open fire on the Cybertruck.
That looks hilarious.
Today, I investigate the hubbub encircling this big baby. Is there more to this angular whip than simply being a tank for people who are too big of pussies to join the military?
Yes, literally. Oh my god, that's so good. That's such a good take. That's literally the pitch. They took the need for motherfucking, what do you call it, upper class dudes to really want to feel like salt of the earth working class farmers, and they took it on steroids because they made it militaristic looking. That's such a good take, dude.
Let's
almost as good as this pasta, brother.
Find out. Elon Musk first unveiled the concept Cybertruck back in 2019 at a Matrix cosplay event for lonely single men who know what Y Combinator is. It was here that he asked one of his fake steampunk executive assistants to demonstrate the vehicle's indestructibility.
Franz, could you try to break this glass, please?
Sure?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Elon, however, has never been one to let public embarrassment dissuade him from risking further public embarrassment. So he persisted. In true Tesla fashion, there were years of development, long production delays, and major recalls, including when the rear-view camera, which is the only way to see out of the back of the car, potentially didn't work in 27,000 vehicles. But after all that,
Richest man on the planet. Capitalism's working really well, really rewarding the most entrepreneurial of spirits.
last year, the first Tesla Cybertruck started bumbling through our streets, leaving many onlookers with the same question: why?
The glib answer is that Elon Musk thought it would be cool. I don't really see a really strong marketing or strategic reason for the Cybertruck.
I think the point of the Cybertruck is that Elon Musk wanted to make it. It's difficult to look at it and come up with a clear business case for building that vehicle.
It's a good question. If only I could see inside Elon's mind, I would have the right answer.
These here fellas have all done a lot of reporting on electric vehicles, and together we would form an absolutely dominant high school Model UN team. When I asked them to make the case for this roughly $100,000 19-foot-long death-shaped wheelie boat, they all gave me variations of around the same answer. Ya boy wanted to do something crazy.
Tesla is a company that...
But like, we've been streaming for a long time. Yo, like, all cars look exactly the same. Make something interesting. Try to revolutionize this shit, right? And then they were like, okay, we'll do something interesting and different. Here's a objectively worse product. I forget the name of the program, but there was a car design program for the Apple II in the early 80s that Elon had access to. Guess what the optimum vehicle design in this program was? What?
It has sort of prided itself on not doing things the same way as other car makers.
It's not really a working truck. It's not very practical for a tradesperson. This is for somebody who lives in the suburbs, makes quite a lot.
Wants to LARP being a tradesperson. That's the fucking thing.
A lot of money. I mean, you could argue it's, sort of a halo vehicle, one of those vehicles that not that many people buy, but that attracts people to the brand. But maybe you could say that it makes Tesla look like the cutting edge car company that's doing things nobody else does. But I really think it's just something that Elon Musk thought would be cool.
The thing is, despite its apparent lack of traditional strategy, the Cybertruck is really starting to do numbers for Tesla and its loud flesh mascot.
He was correct in building a toy for
loud flesh mascot. Yeah, that's so good.
the fanboys who love him, because there's a lot of them, and they've come out to buy it.
In July, roughly the same number of people bought a Cybertruck as all other electric pickups combined, and it was the third best-selling electric vehicle overall in Q3. And for all the regulars out there, Q3 is business speak for a quarter.
Are you serious? Are you serious? How am I supposed to respect Americans when the third best-selling EV in the country for 4 months was a beer can turned into a vehicle?
Overall in Q3. And for all the regulars out there, Q3 is business speak for Q3. Sometimes experts like me like to use the fiscal calendar instead of the normal human calendar. Just a little thing we do in the industry. No reason to get nervous. Tesla says the recent success of the Cybertruck has made the vehicle
I'll be right back going for another dose. This pasta is so fucking good.
profitable. It's also helped Tesla reverse a 2-quarter sales decline. But just like when I win slam dunk contests, context is important here. Those dunk contests are conducted on a 7-foot rim against my cousins who are in elementary school, and I have drugged them. While the Cybertruck was the third best-selling overall EV model in Q3, it was still tens of thousands of units away from the top-selling models, Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y, which have dominated the market for years. Some experts think that the time Tesla spent building Elon's dream truck was a waste of an opportunity to develop a new, cheaper model that would appeal more to the general public to firm up Tesla's lead in the increasingly competitive domestic EV industry, and to compete with the much cheaper EVs being produced internationally, especially by China's BYD. Plus, lots of Cybertruck sales so far have been fulfilling years of pre-orders. It remains to be seen how many new customers Tesla will be able to capture. Now, all that yammering aside, these moderately positive sales numbers do beg the question: is the Cybertruck maybe actually a good car?
When we first saw this thing debut, if you look at the response from seasoned car journalists and analysts, it's impossible to build a truck that looks like this, that passes all of safety regulations, that is manufacturable. So for him to actually do it, I think is impressive.
After David here posted a somewhat positive review of the Cybertruck to his car culture website, The Autopian, he faced a wave of backlash like he'd never before experienced in his career.
I actually kind of like the Cybertruck. The biggest sin that there is in the car world is boringness, and the Cybertruck does not commit that sin. My review basically stated that it's a compromised truck, and despite that, it's still cool, which seemed like a really lukewarm take, to be honest. I
gotta say it. I gotta say it. Like, I'm sorry, I gotta say it. The off-face Wojak guy liked the Cybertruck. I'm sorry.
Got it from all that it's still cool, which seemed like a really lukewarm take, to be honest. I got it from all.
Literally, the Wojak, Soyjak, off-face guy liked the Cybertruck. This is poetry. Literal poetry.
All sides, people who hate Elon and think that I'm supporting him by saying the truck is cool. People who love Elon, who are I mean, you really can't say anything negative about him or any product, or they will jump down your... That whole...
Sure thing, Daddy-O. But at this point, I had had enough of all the jibber-jabber. It was time for me to get my hands on this polarizing puppy dog, take it out on the road, and see what all the fuss was about. And here we have it, the Cybertruck in the flesh. Now, folks, what you're getting here is truly a massive vehicle. It's incredibly shiny. If you want to see me pop the frunk, you want to watch me pop the frunk? All of this extra space to bury your enemies. As I embarked on my cyber trip, I had to admit that while there were some obvious flaws, I truthfully cannot overstate how sharp the front of this vehicle is. There's just a layer of sharp around everything. So I cannot see anything that's immediately in front of my nose. This car is ideal for hitting a small child in this area. There is a rear view mirror rendered completely useless by the little back hatch that I have. So instead, I have my tiny little strip of a
Fuck, my pasta is so good.
screen here. I also found parts of the Cybertruck experience to be pretty nifty. Right now I haven't been flipped off. The feel of driving this car does not match how it looks at all. I feel like I'm driving a pretty swift SUV. So how have you felt as a passenger?
I will say it's very easy to get distracted inside this car.
There are many things to distract you. I mean, they have their own built-in karaoke system. In fact, the goofy joys of the Cybertruck felt much more like playing with a geeky, expensive toy than flying the flag of the techno-conservative right wing. From where I was sitting, it seemed like most people didn't care about the Cybertruck and all of its baggage. Up. Here we go, lunch. One original McCrispy, one deluxe McCrispy. I'm driving a Cybertruck, just letting you know.
Okay.
Okay. They mostly just thought the thing was kind of cool or weird.
Oh, shit, I like it though. This Cybertruck is amazing.
Are you a fan?
Yes.
You don't judge me for this?
No, I f with this shit. I love it.
Really?
Yes. This is an amazing car.
When you see this, what comes to mind?
Speed, fast.
Speed and fast.
Yes.
Well, hell yeah. Thank you. Hi.
Oh.
How are you?
Oh my God. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
As you should be.
What do you think of the car?
No, it's cool. It's different. It doesn't look like every other pickup truck.
If you see somebody driving a Cybertruck, what do you assume about them? If anything.
Nothing.
Money?
Well, you heard her.
There may be nothing quite like the Cybertruck that distills the online bubble factor better. When I would open up threads, all the stuff that it would feed me was people out there just mocking this.
Like, you have at least 10,000 karma on Reddit if you drive a Cybertruck. There is not a single driver of a Cybertruck who doesn't have at least 10,000 karma on Reddit.
Cybertruck, that tribe. You know, if you live in that very online sphere, it would be impossible to imagine anyone buying this vehicle. And then you go out into the world, and guess what? Either like Musk fanboys or I think a decent contingent of just not very online people are buying them.
But I had to wonder, are there really people out there who own a Cybertruck and aren't plugged into all of the Elon brouhaha? Well, when I put a call out to see if any Cybertruck owners wanted to talk to me for this episode, one of my only responses came from a man who told me that
one of the reasons I was intrigued by this is like, I just don't get it. I just don't understand the controversy at all. I think the first couple weeks I would get a lot of looks and people would like slow down, take pictures. That died off pretty quickly.
Tony here has owned Teslas before, and he more or less fits the classic Tesla guy profile. He lives in LA, he used to own a successful tech company, and he wears black baseball hats indoors. But he doesn't see driving the Cybertruck as anything more than whipping a funky sauce wagon.
To me, it's just a car. It's a car that I like. I'm grateful to be able to buy it and own it, and I'm not making any statements of any kind. I just think it's cool and it's fun to drive.
So what's the point of the Cybertruck? Well, for different people, it means different things. For some, the Cybertruck is a representation of what Elon Musk has become, a Republican dweeb god who diarrheas cash into the mouths of rural Pennsylvanians. For others, the Cybertruck is an embodiment of Elon's genius and his ability to revolutionize stale industries. But it's also clear to me that for lots of people who maybe aren't addicted to yelling at each other in very specific corners of the
Fucking normie dogs.
internet, the Cybertruck means something different than I anticipated. It's just a type of car. And it doesn't mean much more than that.
No, everything means so much. Everything means so much. Especially my face with a big cup. Wait, let me move the cup. No, let's make it smaller. Here, does he want some? Okay, let's put it. Jesus, it's too big still. Man, that was an exceptional meal, chat. It was an absolutely exceptional meal. There, it's in the bigger cup now. Oh, I am so fucking yoked. But from the inside out, by yoked, I mean my intestines are so spread right now from that good old pasta, baby. Fuck, I feel fucked, literally. I'm like food high, if you know what I mean. Anyways, thank you for feeding me, chat. None of this food would ever be on my table without your generous support, your generous subscriptions, to which I will call once again, in order for you to avoid the ad that is going to play in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Become subs, don't watch ads, be very based, and the jihad against advertising shall continue until the moment I die.
For good work. I'm Dan Toomey.
And I popped a Zinni. Dude, life is good, man. I'm with my chat. I ate some pasta. I popped a Zin. We watched the guy talk about the Cybertruck. Whatever the fuck. Because why not?
What kind of...
Жизнь хороша, блядь.
What are you gonna get from McDonald's?
I've been eyeing the Kai Cenat meal.
Fuck you, bro.
Do you know what the Kai Cenat meal is?
No. Are you just like YouTuber solidarity? That's why you want to get the Kai Cenat meal?
No. Are
you jealous?
No. The Kai Cenat meal is a double quarter pounder, but it's chicken instead. Sounds pretty good to me.
I made a sandwich skewer with bologna, salami, Gouda, mozzarella, cheddar. Let's fucking go, bro. Okay, continuing our Chud watch for Turkey Day.
Meanwhile,
there was a ceasefire agreement between Lebanon and Israel, okay? The Israelis are currently, as we are speaking, trying to increase the civilian casualty rate over in Beirut as much as they can before the ceasefire is actually signed. An interesting thing that needs to be noted: there is no such thing as a full-on ceasefire with a country that can somehow both be at peace, not in an active conflict, while bombing its neighbors to oblivion. Okay? Please, not Shabibo. Yes, power levels, chat. Power levels, don't say fucked up things because you'll end up getting us all banned. So, what is going to be the reaction of a good old chuds to this Israeli L? Because even in spite of what I previously said being true, being very, very true, the Israelis basically got their ass handed to them, lost around $1 billion worth of equipment, lost a bunch of officers, lost a bunch of shit they weren't planning on losing, and now they have to react to it. Let's see how the favorite, the biggest fanboy of that good old Zionist project is going to be reacting to this. Plot spoiler, most likely he's going to be like, they kicked a lot of ass and now they're moving back because it's strategic and it's smart, and they're very smart. Not like the Arabs. They're very smart.
On the foreign policy front, everyone knows Trump is coming, and that is shaping all the reactions in ways that are both good and bad. So, last night, Israel announced that it would approve a ceasefire with Lebanon. It's really a ceasefire with Hezbollah. There's always this big...
Love you from the Netherlands, The Hague, Shenim Turkum Benim. Thank you very much, brother. Long live Turkey. Turkey above all. Thank you, Cook Fita, for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much for saving 5 people from the plague, which is the ad.
Issue with regard to the war in Lebanon for Israel, which is that the...
Maybe we send many IDF officers to The Hague, my Turkish friend.
Lebanese government is basically a meat puppet for Hezbollah. So if you're going to war with Hezbollah...
Fuck Turkey, long live Turkey. Okay? Fuck Turkey Day, but long live Turkey Day, because 365 days after the year, it is Turkey Day.
Are you at war with the Lebanese government? Are you trying to strengthen parts of the Lebanese government at the expense of other parts?
of the Lebanese government, namely Hezbollah, which is not just a terrorist group, it's a political party in Lebanon, and the political party that is most in control of many of the military resources and provide an actual threat to the Lebanese armed forces. Yeah, so all of that's very complicated. Israel announced that it would approve a ceasefire with Lebanon. President Biden announced the ceasefire last night. He, of course, was very happy about this, but we'll explain the underlying dynamics. The reason the ceasefire got signed is...
I can't wait for Ben Shapiro to spin the cessation of hostilities in, a massive amount of people, most of them completely unrelated to any state apparatus, getting killed as a bad thing. I can't wait. Thank you, Cockfitta, for another gift sub. Cockfitta is everything but a cock, for he fights the great jihad against ads.
Is because Israel just wants to get beyond Biden. It is that simple. It is that simple. It's a 60-day ceasefire. There are 56 days until this schmuck leaves.
Small Cute Frog is begging for a sub. Give Small Cute Frog a sub. Your Turkey commander on this great Turkey day commands you to give him a sub now.
Public office. That is not a coincidence. Israel is simply attempting to...
Jesus, I'm so full chat. I'm sorry. I'm going to be a bit slow for the next 10 minutes.
Get beyond the Biden presidency. For a wide variety of reasons we'll discuss in a moment. Here is Joe Biden.
Just as the Lebanese people deserve a future of security and prosperity, so do the people of Gaza. They too deserve an end to the fighting and displacement.
The fuck?
People of Gaza have been through hell. Their world's absolutely shattered.
What a schmuck.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, you kind of directly participated in their mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide campaigns, but I guess good that you got this. Did they get them off the meth? Like, is he off the meth and now he's like, holy shit, what have I done?
Fuck, he is.
Far too many civilians in Gaza have suffered.
Because of you, but okay.
Far too much.
Because of you, but okay.
And Hamas has refused for months and months to negotiate a good...
Dude, Hamas literally started negotiating from the fucking get-go. Israel literally killed the main Hamas negotiator, bro. What the fuck?
Good faith, ceasefire, and a hostage deal. And so now Hamas has a choice to make. Their only way out is to release the hostages.
But haven't you been saying constantly that there is no way out in which every single Hamas member or even suspected member is, wiped off the face of the planet? A great way to negotiate with an organization when you tell them, no matter how much we negotiate, we're going to kill you afterwards. And your wife and your kids.
Including American citizens, which they hold. In the process, bring an end to the fighting, which would make possible...
Him saying they suffered feels like he's flexing. Jesus, that's dark.
...a surge of humanitarian relief. Over the coming days, the United States will make another push. With Turkey, Egypt, Qatar.
I think they literally signed a $65 billion deal with Israel today, as he's saying this, for weapons shipments.
Israel and others to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza.
Please, chatters, some of you, I love you. I know what you're thinking, but don't post certain things, okay? Don't post certain things. Mods, please, delete some of the stuff that's posted. I love you. Thank you.
For the hostages released.
Keep them inside is what I'm saying.
And the end of the war without Hamas in power, that becomes possible.
Okay, so let's point out at this point that his immediate turn from Lebanon to Gaza is a great indicator as to what Joe Biden is, which is a complete befuddled moron when it comes to foreign policy. When he says that he's going to attempt to achieve a ceasefire with the help of Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar, those are all cutouts for the Iranian position at this point. Qatar was always a cutout for the Iranian position, which is why Hamas was...
Dude, the whole world at this point, except Israel and the United States, has the Iranian position, which is, please stop killing people.
House there. Hamas leadership left Qatar and went to Turkey, which is another one of the nations that he has called...
Not today. Ben, not today. God damn it. On this holiest of holies, you talk shit about Turkey. On this holiest of holies. This man has no spine. This man has no honor. On this day. And Ben, it is Turkey, not Turkey. You goddamn Zionist dog.
Turkey has said that Israel is conducting a genocide. That is said by the dictator Erdogan, who has been the provoker and the instigator of massive human carnage in the Middle East, including in Syria and including in Armenia. Egypt, meanwhile, will not open its border.
According to the U.S., even the EU is pro-Palestine since they don't condone an invasion of the Hague. Yeah, dude, like compared to the U.S., everyone is pro-Palestinian.
The Rafah crossing to allow any of the Palestinians out.
Because like everyone else does not hold the position of, yo, let's just murder a whole people.
Even temporarily, so they can be in a safer place, because they don't want the Palestinians, not one of them. And those are the people who are going to be brokering some sort of deal in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. Okay, so in order to understand the dynamics of this particular ceasefire deal, you have to see what everybody's saying about it. So what Biden is saying there is something that's slightly different from what Netanyahu is saying in Israel. So Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night, and he said, the duration of the ceasefire depends on what happens in Lebanon. We'll enforce the agreement and respond forcefully to any violation. Together, we'll achieve victory. He said, we'll complete the elimination of Hamas, bring back our abductees, ensure Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel, and safely return northern residents to their homes. The war will not end until all its goals are achieved, including the safe return of northern residents. This will happen just as it did in the south. To the residents of the north, I'm proud of you and your resilience. I'm fully committed to your security, rebuilding your communities, and securing your future. And then he suggested that a wide variety of achievements have been actually done by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, which of course...
Cope. Dude, Israel's dick got really hard after a few successful borderline terrorist operations in which they eliminated, bombed, and brutally harassed many members of Hezbollah and their families inside of Lebanon, apologies. They got so horny by that, they were like, okay, now we will just roll through Lebanon and basically fully destabilize the country, because the end goal for Israel long term is not to have a single stable neighboring state, because they understand that in the long term there will always be groups in all of those places which are very, very openly against, I don't know, a little thing called apartheid and mass murder of their neighbors, the Palestinians. So the only way for Israel to continue existing as a long-term colonial project is if none of its neighbors can actually do anything about its domestic policy, which again is a domestic policy of apartheid and mass murder. Even this ceasefire will eventually be broken, probably like 1 week after it is installed, but whatever. The only reason they're pulling out is because they're cucked. That's it.
Of course, it's true. I mean, let's just point out that in Lebanon, Israel lost a grand total in terms of killed in action of 79 soldiers, while completely destroying 80% of Hezbollah's entire arsenal, killing...
Oh, yeah, for sure. Source, bro. Source, 80% of...
all of its leadership, legitimately, all of its leadership, like 3 levels deep, and wiping out its presence on Israel's northern border. It's an amazing military accomplishment, like one of the...
Oh, it's amazing!
...great military accomplishments of modern history.
Killed over 3,800 Lebanese people. Oh my God, incredible success!
So what exactly has Israel done, according to Netanyahu? We destroyed significant portions of Iran's air defense, missile production capabilities, and key elements of its nuclear program, preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear...
But then, why don't you keep going? If it's going so well. I mean, that's the argument of the far right in Israel. Because in Israel, you only have the far right, and then you have the far right. Ben Gvir is literally saying, yo, I don't want the ceasefire. You're being a cuck, Netanyahu, because we should keep going and destroying absolutely everybody. I don't know, maybe because the resources of Israel, even with the constant money dumping that's coming in from the States, is being drawn so out that it's become a fucking meme. Genocidal welfare queen, the fucking country. Maybe that's why Netanyahu understands that they need to pull out. But no. Guys, you know when you're doing really, really well in a war, and then because you're doing really, really well, you call for a ceasefire and you stop.
Their weapons remains my top priority. So one of the things that's happening here is that Netanyahu is attempting to rearm, rest up forces in case of a potential conflict with Iran more directly if Iran continues to pursue
this. Let me check it out.
A liberated Palestine means a liberated Middle East. A liberated Middle East means capitalism in the core really faces a crisis, and they will not let that happen. It's funny, like I'm always asked to talk about ecology, when really what I want to talk about is capitalist imperialism. And the two are just are a piece of the same problem, right? The ecological crisis is ultimately playing out along colonial lines, right? We know that it is the countries of the imperial core that are overwhelmingly responsible, and specifically their ruling classes, who control the means of production and energy systems and investment, et cetera, et cetera.
Who is this man? A fucking communist? Some shit. What the fuck kind of links are you sending me, man? Jesus Christ.
Are overwhelmingly responsible for the excess emissions that are driving climate breakdown, right? We know that's a fact. We also know it's a fact that the global south suffers the overwhelming majority of the impacts of climate breakdown, right? The people who have contributed literally nothing to the crisis whatsoever, not contributed a small amount, contributed nothing, right? And it's not just, of course, climate breakdown that we face. There's also other dimensions of the ecological crisis. And here, too, we see the same thing playing out. When it comes to excess material use in the world economy, overwhelmingly, it's due to excess material use and accumulation in the imperial core. Half of the material use that's used in the core is net appropriated from the periphery, from the territories of the global south, right? Which causes severe damage. You don't see this damage in Sussex or in Finland. You see it in the Congo.
Yeah.
You see it in Indonesia, right? You see it in Bolivia, in the frontiers of extraction. The core benefits and everyone else suffers. The ecological crisis represents processes of colonization and appropriation, and also is a disaster that's playing out along colonial lines. I think that's really important to spell out. And if we're not attentive to those colonial dimensions, I really think we're fundamentally missing the point. We're fundamentally missing the point. The other thing I want to point out here is that we're in this incredible paradox, right, where the world economy...
I mean, environmentalism without class consciousness and anti-imperialism is just gardening, yeah.
We know is just massively productive. Like, our productive capacities are incredible. Think of the scale of the labor that humanity has at its disposal, the resources, the technology, the factories, the energy, the materials. Incredible amounts of production to the point of breaking past ecological limits, and yet the vast majority of the human population lives in conditions of massive deprivation. 80% of the population can't...
Oh, but that's just because they're lazy and they don't want to work hard, and their cultures are inferior, and their ways of life are inferior, and therefore they will never learn. They must be placed under the boot of the civilized world. Otherwise, they will come to our beautiful, clean garden from the jungle and turn it into a jungle as well.
Meet basic needs. So what explains this incredible paradox? It's ultimately our system of production. The social and ecological crisis that we face, which appears unresolvable, is ultimately...
Get a job, Global South.
a symptom of our...
Global South, why don't you just buy a house?
Of our system of production, capitalism, where our productive capacities, our incredible productive capacities, are organized overwhelmingly around what is most profitable to capital and what can most facilitate accumulation in the core, rather than what is obviously necessary to meet human needs and achieve our ecological objectives. And so we're in this wild place where it's like, oh, solving poverty is just going to take generations, right? If we're lucky, we'll get people above $1.90 a day by the end of the century.
Yeah, we talk about like solving poverty as if it's, and that's just how it's always been. Like, the fuck you talking about poverty again, dude? Like, aw, who the fuck is this idealist? Aw. Like, bro, thank you, J. Dot, very much for the 2 months. Beautiful. Thank you, my beautiful child soldier. Thank you very, very much for the sub.
Right?
Why doesn't the Global South just start drop shipping? Yo, Global South, get in Bitcoin while it's low, bro.
Climate crisis. Who can figure out how to solve this? It seems intractable. None of this is true. It's lies. These are problems that can be very easily solved and very quickly. The problem is that we...
Literally what my friend said to me recently, they keep killing themselves and living in their mud huts. Jesus Christ, crazy how people can say that without even thinking for a second. In a very strange way, my friend, it's like a cope mechanism. This sort of like a global north-south bigotry is a cope mechanism, because if you admit to yourself that you would be living the same way if you weren't lucky enough to be born in a more quote-unquote economically stable country, is a very kind of like a very humility-filled experience. Understanding that you are, to a very large extent, a product of your material environment, the economic conditions, the economy you were born into. A lot of people, when they want to call you like cringe because you say that, usually tend to target, you were just using the fact that you were born in a little bit less privilege as an excuse to not achieve anything in your life. That's usually what the point they try to address when they are addressing this very real and just scientifically proven argument that, people are become who they become because of the environment in which they have found themselves for the majority of their life. But it misses the other side of the coin, which can grant you a lot of wisdom, but you need to have a certain dose of humility in order for you to be able to embrace it. And that's the fact that, I might have done a lot of things in my life. I might have achieved a lot of things in my life, but I do know that I would not have been able to do so if I was born in a rural farm in, I don't know, Ghana or some shit, or India, or Uruguay. Doesn't matter which developing country you want to mention. So that's why I call it a cope, but also a direct show of just how cocky you are about everything you've managed to achieve in your life. These people unironically believe that it was like 100% hard work that allowed them to become who they become. These are such hyper-individualist people that, to an extent, one needs to feel sorry for, because they'll never get it. They will never understand the spirit of community, of how the clock works, because they'll just continuously be on the clock. Who understood me, understood me.
We don't have control over our own productive capacities because we don't have an economic democracy, right? Some of us live in political democracies where from time to time we get...
What? Yeah, Lyubov. That wasn't a knock.
To elect government officials. But when it comes to the economic system, not even the pretense of democracy is allowed to exist. And that is ultimately the contradiction we face, I think, right? This is a crisis that at its root is about capitalism and can only be resolved by overcoming that fact.
Sorry, I thought somebody was knocking on my door. That's why I turned around. My bad.
And the antidote to capitalism is economic democracy, that we should have collective democratic control over what we are producing, what the goals of our production are, who benefits from our production, and so on. And when we do, we can solve these problems quickly, right? We know exactly what to do. The problem is we don't have the power. And so I think that in the face of this crisis, we have to have clarity about what has to be achieved, and we have to start building the movements that are capable of achieving that. For the South, there's another element I think we have to pay attention to, which is that they need economic sovereignty, right? They need economic liberation at a national level first. The global North is overwhelmingly responsible for the crisis, but the global South, we know, also needs to engage in ecological planning.
Yeah, but if you do not address the core systematic problem, it is he's going to say it, snake eating its own ass. The developed world overexploits. Very often not to the benefit of even its own workforce, but for the benefit of very few who find themselves exploiting both the domestic population and the both economic and real colony from which resources are extracted. That leads to what? That leads to the colony slowly degrading in every single way. At one point, that reaches a kind of a bubbling level from which there is absolutely no return. Life there is absolutely god fucking awful. That leads to different sort of, let's say, reactionary movements, trying to unify people under this or that reactionary ideological banner when it comes to, you know, explaining why things are as bad as they are. Shit gets much worse there. Some of it splashes on the so-called developed world. Then the developed world uses that, as a snake eating its own ass, as an excuse to call those very same people barbaric, which dehumanizes them and then allows the imperial court to continue doing fucked up things to them. So it's basically, you go, you extract resources. Life is really bad there. People start being violent because life is really bad there. That splashes over. Maybe something happens in one of your bigger cities. You use that as a reason to go and do even more resource extraction and colonization and mass murder in those particular countries. 9/11 101. Literally. That's it. Don't be a doomer. No, I'm not being a doomer. It's just unfortunately how it works. You go, you fuck up a place. The people there become like do something to you. You say, look, they will never change. They're fucked up. You use that as an excuse to go and fuck them up even more. And you keep rotating and you keep rotating and you keep rotating.
Transition, et cetera, et cetera.
Now Yugopnik was talking to chat. Oh yeah, sorry.
How does anyone expect them to do that when they do not have sovereign control over their own resources, their own labor, their own lands, their own energy, right? Under the thumb of structural adjustment programs that prevent them from using progressive industrial policy, prevent them from using progressive fiscal policy, prevent them from using progressive monetary policy, basic tools that we know can allow them to achieve developments and ecological transition, they are effectively denied from using. What is the solution to that?
What is the main reason why they are denied any sort of progressive political leadership in their own countries? Because that would allow them to actually develop. Once you allow them to actually develop, it becomes much more difficult for you to pitch to your domestic, usually white population, that they are barbarians. Why do you not want your domestic population to stop believing that they are barbarians? Because you will not be able to go and do more economic or very little literal colonialism. Exactly, Gabriel. That's it. That's why it's a snake continuously eating its own ass. That is why the so-called undeveloped world remains undeveloped, because it keeps existing under a boot. And under a boot, you can only live like a worm.
For the South.
Fuck, that was poetic. Fuck, that was poetic. Fuck, that was poetic, baby. Shit, bro. Where's the microphone so I drop it right now? Aha. Of course, I had to spice that up with a little bit of cringe because I can't help it.
Goals for economic liberation, right? Now, I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that a struggle for economic liberation in the South is fundamentally antithetical to the capitalist world economy. Because accumulation in the core depends utterly on the cheapening of labor and resources in the global South. It depends utterly on that and has for the past 500 years. And so any attempt by liberation struggles in the periphery to achieve economic independence, to use their own resources for their own development, for their own ecological transition, for their own human needs, is destabilizing for capital in the core. And capital reacts with the most extraordinary violent backlashes. We see it happening all the time. Now it is Palestine, before it was Libya, before it was Iraq, before it was Chile, before it was Indonesia, before it was the Congo. It will never stop. It's over and over again. And I think the situation in Palestine right now, we have to understand, is not.
And usually liberals answer this, like even this sort of analysis, with this is just how things are. You can't do anything about this.
Primarily a moral one. That's how we think of it. That is not how capital thinks of it. For them, it is a matter of suppressing and crushing liberation movements, because a liberated Palestine means a liberated Middle East. A liberated Middle East means capitalism in the core really faces a crisis, and they will not let that happen. And they're unleashing the full violence of their extraordinary power to ensure it doesn't. And so I think that's really what we face, right? It's the world system dimension of...
I mean, you don't really need to look any further than Saudi Arabia, okay? If you make a deal with the devil and you say, I will take all my resources and give it to you, just let me run what, in the case of Saudi Arabia, is basically a mob state, you're good. You're good. They don't fuck with you because they already own you. Why do they need to spend time engaging in a war, destabilizing, sending in the CIA, doing like 500 different fucking things. They got you, and you're good. Your people aren't, but you're good.
Nuclear program. 2, Gaza. We dismantled.
Oh, that's a really good video. Jason Hinkle. Not Hinkle, God. Too much Hinkle. The Marxist Hinkle. Jason Hinkle. The good Hinkle. He's the good Hinkle. Oh, yeah. Bro, my course is trying to teach us that Asia is the largest participant in neocolonialism. That is very funny. Le Hick, he's a French hick.
Dismantled Hamas brigades, according to Netanyahu, killed approximately 20,000 terrorists, eliminated senior leaders, and freed 154 hostages. We remain committed to bringing all abductees home and eradicating Hamas. So in other words, there's not going to be any sort of deal where Israel gives up control of the Gaza Strip to UNIFIL or to any other sort of Hamas cutout.
But then why did they do it in Lebanon? Why did they do it in Lebanon when they were winning so hard? Because right now his argument is we will continue crushing Gaza because we are winning. And his argument was previously we're pulling out of Lebanon because we are winning. Make those two coexist, please. Make those two coexist. Oh, wait, you literally can't.
3, Judea and Samaria. We have neutralized hundreds of terrorists, destroyed terror infrastructure, and reached every stronghold of terror. So that's been a front.
Thank you for playing that. I just needed some proper leftism on glorious Turkey Day. Absolutely. No problem, brother. We must all celebrate on Turkey Day.
That has largely been ignored by the international media. There have been a massive number of attempted terror attacks in the so-called West Bank, that's Judea and Samaria, against Jews who are living in those particular areas. And Israel has performed extraordinary anti-terror operations in places like Jenin.
Spit on that thing, Ben. Jesus Christ. I know you don't believe in wet mouths or pussies because you've never experienced one, but lubricate yourself a little bit before you fucking suck on that Israeli dick, bro. Holy shit, man. You're riding it bareback fucking slow, dude. You're feeling every fucking inch, baby.
And Nablus in order to ensure security. Yemen, says Netanyahu, we struck the Houthi-controlled port of Hodeidah with unprecedented force. Iraq, we successfully thwarted numerous drone attacks and continue to address challenges there. Syria, we systemically block Iran, Hezbollah, and the Syrian...
Happy birthday, Friedrich Engels. Oh shit, it's his birthday. May the sub-donators be the Engels to Hugo's Marx. Absolutely. Be my beautiful, beautiful Engels. November 28th, that's sick as shit, dude. That is sick as shit. Happy fucking birthday, bro. Jesus Christ, happy birthday, Engels. I completely forgot. Happy birthday, Engels. This is to all my subs. This is to all my Engelses in chat. Lele bate. Lele bate.
Happy birthday, riggedy diggedy ducta, riggedy diggedy ducta. Happy birthday, riggedy diggedy ducta, riggedy diggedy ducta.
Happy birthday, riggedy diggedy ducta. This goes out from DJ Yugopnik to the original Oiler, the man himself, Friedrich Engels.
Happy birthday, riggedy diggedy ducta, riggedy diggedy ducta.
I think that's enough. Happy birthday, Engels. Thank you very much for all your service.
Army from transferring weapons to Lebanon. Assad must understand he's playing with fire. So there he is threatening Assad, do not try to rearm Lebanon. We've disarmed Lebanon. We are not going to allow you to rearm Lebanon. And Lebanon, Hezbollah attacked us on October 8th. It is no longer...
Okay, I can't listen to this voice anymore. I literally can't. This is so cringe. What the fuck is this?
The evidence out there is overwhelming.
God, it's an hour,
45,000 people have been killed, starvation, years, and even more since British
Base lady, very
colonialism in Palestine. For 100 years, these people have been tormented. So nothing, no.
Dershowitz reacts to the interview. Yo, bro, let's see this. Oh my God, he's gonna rage so hard.
Rejects the decision, and that there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. Here is White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over...
Yeah, we heard you, fuck off.
To the
Wait, I want to hear the dirsh! I want to hear the fucking pedo king. And whatever this creature straight out of fucking 500,000 BC is. Holy shit.
U.S. defense law.
Oh, my guy! Oh, my guy. The man on the roll. The man who wants to be the single worst human being, man. He's collecting, doing fucked up shit like he's collecting fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards in 1999, brother.
Well, Alan Dershowitz,
The Dersh, bro.
The Katie Halper Show, and a due for a ceasefire now, Katie Halper. Well, welcome
Hello,
to
Katie.
all of
Katie,
you.
very bastard.
Let me start with you, if I may, Alan Dershowitz, just from a legal point of view.
A legal point of view, Dershowitz? How many pedophiles can you save today, Dershowitz?
A lot of people are making very, bold and definitive statements about what this ICC...
You can't just put the Dersh on the screen like that. Hope nobody's eating, bro.
means. But given that the United States and Israel do not recognize the court, does it actually have any meaningful impact other than if Netanyahu and Gallant go to one of the countries that does recognize it?
Oh, wow. Look at the fucking American what the fuck is the word? American-centered perspective from my boy over here. The whole world listens to the ICC, but America doesn't. So is this really relevant? Because we don't fuck with it.
They may get arrested.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having that reporteur on. She manifests and personifies everything that's wrong with the United Nations. She is totally biased. She can't see anything except through
It's not us, one particular state, which isn't even a state. It's a fucking colonial project, but whatever. It is us who are correct. It is the rest of the world, even an unbiased court, who is wrong. Indeed, indeed.
Prism of her anti-Israel bias. But you had her on for half an hour. And so I challenge you to put her on and me on at the same time. Let us have a debate. She said so many things that were
Well, we're now debating what she said.
Dude, she is an incredibly successful woman that is literally working for the UN in one of the most important positions a human being can find themselves in at the current moment. And you defend pedophiles. Who the fuck are you, bro? Why the fuck would she sit down with you, bro? Literally the only voice of reason in international politics that is bringing attention to the genocide in Gaza needs to take a couple of hours out of her day to talk to a guy whose career is built on defending the world's most famous pedophile.
So that's what...
Bro.
Sure. That's what you're here for. We're debating what she said precisely for that reason.
Yeah. And I want to make a point.
Please buy book. Please buy book. No, all my pedophile clients are no longer hitting me up because I'm too in the limelight to defend them. So pull us a book.
I recently published
I've exchanged defending pedos to defending mass murderers.
Pamphlet, 1 million copies.
Speed running Satanism, bro.
He's going to
Sorry to Satanism for the comparison.
College students all over the world, in which I refute each of the things she said.
Look at this. It's incredible. Look at, oh my God. Oh Lord. It's so good. It's so good. It's so fucking good. It's incredible, bro. But they got the AK right, you know. They got an AK and they got the Western gun. Oh, it's so good. The 10 big anti-Israel lies. Why is anti-lies? They're both in green. So, like, if you would... The 10 big anti-lies Israel. Or the 10 big Israel anti-lies. And then Israel truth. And how to refute them with truth. #1 New York Times best-selling author. Yeah, because this ain't fucking like that good, is it, bro? Bro, don't even got time to cut them nails, bro. Is this a pencil? And aren't you supposed to wear that the other way around? Jesus. Incredible. Incredible things are happening in America, chat.
It's called The 10 Big Anti-Israel Lies and How to Refute Them. So I think that, Pierce, you have an obligation to your viewers to allow me or others to come on and have an equivalent amount of time to refute everything she said.
Alan,
now let me go to your direct question.
With respect,
yeah.
The 10 big and how to refute them with anti-lies Israel truth.
You are on precisely for that reason. When we have a lot of time to debate this.
But I don't. Okay, I hope we have a lot of time because I have to answer all of the things she said.
Well, if you look, I love you, Alan. But if you just actually answer my question, we've just eaten up 4 minutes talking about whether you're going to have enough time.
I want to please, thank you. That's a good point. I want to get to the point. Obviously,
what is it?
The decision of the International Criminal Court does more damage to the court than it does to Israel, but it does an enormous amount of damage to Israel. It means that Netanyahu can't go to Canada. He can't go to many countries in the world to make the case for Israel and to be able to present two-sided issues. There are now issues about sanctioning Israel. Remember, too, that...
The incredible two-sided issues of to fuck a child or not to fuck... Oh, wait, no, this is a different case. To kill a child or not to kill a child.
At the International Criminal Court, prosecutor...
Hey, Dersh, what do you specialize in? Children. But what do you mean? You like, defend child's rights? He's like, no, the opposite. I really defend when somebody wants to fuck a kid or kill a kid. I have single-handedly dedicated my life to the abolishment of children. What are you most passionate about? Rich pedophiles having sex with children and rich colonialists killing children. Okay? I mean, you got to give it to the guy. At least, he knows what he's passionate about.
I know, I dealt with him about this. He was supposed to go to Israel to look at both sides of the issue. And then when he was accused of sexual harassment, he canceled that visit to Israel because he wanted to issue the arrest warrants very, very quickly. Look, what this reporter said would mean that the United States presidents would be arrested as well, because everything she said...
Yes, but why? Why? Why?
That Israel has
I wonder why.
done in terms of responding to the kind of October 7th attack the United States did after 9/11.
Holy shit, bro! When friends throw each other under the bus, bro. oh, dude. Oh God! It's like when your bro's girlfriend comes to you and she's like, "Yo, stop cheating on your wife," and you tell her, "Yeah, well, if you're gonna punish me for cheating on my wife, then my wife will have to punish your husband because he was cheating on you too." Bro literally said, if they arrest us for killing kids, they will have to arrest American presidents for killing kids. Dersh, the problem in this whole conversation is the killing kids part, not the arrest part. Oh, fuck me, man. Speaking of fuck me, in exactly 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Twitch will pull out its very long Jeff Bezos-looking cock and fuck you right in every single orifice that you do not prefer to be fucked in by playing you an ad. Put on a condom. Put on protection against sad advertising by becoming a sub for $6 a month, less in certain countries, or free through Prime, or by gifting in our great jihad against advertising to some of your fellow chatters. There will be no ads on Yugopnik Twitch. Put on a condom. Don't watch ads. Stay safe.
She would argue that after 9/11, the United
Ad plays in 1 minute and 45 seconds.
States had no right to go after the Taliban, no right to go into...
I'm too big for condoms, dude. What the fuck, gothic bitchcraft?
To Afghanistan, no right to go into Iraq. So the implications of what she says for the United States...
Yeah, literally, yes. And you have no right to go into Gaza and ethnically cleanses its population. That's the point, Dersh. That's Dersh in his younger career going up to the judge and being like, yo, if you arrest my client for pedophilia, you would have to arrest yourself because I saw you came to the island as well, bro. Peak lawyer brain, dude.
States are very grave, which is why President Biden and why virtually all Americans agree that the International Criminal Court should not be allowed to do these.
Oh yeah, let's have a survey. I'm pretty sure that the most Americans would be like, no. I love it, the Israel.
Kinds of arrest warrants. I've now put together a group of American lawyers headed by 2 former attorneys general, Solicitor General, major.
This clip deserves to be shared. What is the clip?
At the International Criminal Court, prosecutor.
Hey, Dersh, what do you specialize in? Children. But what do you mean? You like defend child's rights? He's like, no, the opposite. I really defend when somebody wants to fuck a kid or kill a kid. I have single-handedly dedicated my life to the abolishment of children. It's a good clip. I featured it.
At the International Criminal Court, prosecutor.
Hey, Dersh, what do you specialize in? Children. But what do you mean? You like defend child's rights? He's like, no, the opposite. I really defend when somebody wants to fuck a kid or kill a kid. I have single-handedly dedicated my life to the abolishment of children. What are you most passionate? Okay, I'm not gonna watch it for the 3rd time. I slobbered
academics who will stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel against this unlawful attack on Israel. Remember, too, that the International Criminal Court has as part of its jurisdictional mandate complementarity, which means that if you go after people from a country that has a legitimate legal system, and remember, Israel has a system that is so good that it put its former Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, in prison to be guarded by an Arab guard. It put its former president...
Did you know that Hitler had a Jewish driver? You didn't know that Hitler had a Jewish driver. Did you know that the Nazi Party actually, after coming to power, arrested and killed a lot of the brown shirts who did very bad things sometimes, you know? You know that they did infighting? That means that they're not really fascists. Did you know that? They have checks and balances. Didn't you know that? Didn't you know that one of the biggest allies of Adolf Hitler, right before Adolf Hitler killed him, of course, was also gay? There's no homophobia in Nazi Germany. I'm very smart. I'm very smart. Did you know that there were concentration camp assistants and sometimes even guards of the same ethnicity as the people that were being genocided in Nazi concentration camps? Oh, you do not know that? Well, touche. I got you there. You cannot now believe that they actually wanted to kill people and stuff because there were guys that were of the ethnicity and the thing.
President in prison, and he was imprisoned,
making pretty much as much sense as a pedo defender would, right?
And sentenced by an Arab judge. There's no country in the Middle East that has a more effective
that has Arab judges.
Judicial system, and under the Charter of Rome, which enables this, they have no jurisdiction.
Okay, but look, you're a lawyer, right? You've been very high profile law in America for a very long time. What if you're wrong? One of my big problems with Israel and the IDF is they haven't let journalists go in and verify anything that they're doing. Right? It's still almost impossible for journalists to get on the ground over in Gaza, right? So we have no real independent idea of what they've been up to. What if you're just wrong, Alan? What if actually war crimes have been committed on quite a wholesale basis? You seem to be absolutely certain that there's no war crime that's been committed. But how can you be certain? No one's been allowed to go in there and see what's been going on.
Because white.
You can be certain by just looking at the statistics that are issued by Hamas themselves. If you take...
Holy shit, but what the fuck? That over 50,000 civilians are dead. I can't wait to see where this is going to go. This is fucking incredible.
Every single statistic issued, Israel has the lowest ratio of civilian to combatant deaths of any country in modern warfare.
So we just outright fucking saying insane lies now. What the fuck, bro? You could have gone in any direction, Dersh, bro. Like, the fuck? What? 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 Okay, so we're just lying now.
The United States, Great Britain, NATO, that statistic alone, maybe 1 or 2% of the entire civilian population of Gaza. By the way, they count as civilians 18-year-old soldiers who they call children, or women who are carrying bombs who they call women.
I'm silent because there's nothing I can say that wouldn't get me banned. There's nothing I want to say that wouldn't get me banned.
Take just those statistics. You will see that Israel has done better than any country faced with comparable threats. And yet,
well,
the
if there's
United
nothing to hide,
Nations
okay, but
has
look, I'm
condemned Israel.
I'm gonna move to the other panel.
They should allow journalists in.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Women carrying bombs, who they call women. What are they? Trans bombs, bro? Is my boy misgendering bombs now? Fuck. Oh, Lord. He's literally doing the Hamas kids thing. What's up, Keiichiro, Big G? Oh, my God.
Agree on that.
You and I go to Israel together, and let's look at what happened. I agree with you. There should...
Yeah, and going to Gaza. Going to Gaza. Yeah, it's impossible.
Be more visibility and more transparency, and I welcome a visit with you. I offered that to the head of the prosecutor's staff, and they turned it down.
Okay.
They refused to go to Israel.
Let me bring in the other panelists.
They refused to go to Gaza.
Okay. No, on that we agree. I think it's outrageous that the media have been banned from going in. And, of course, when you don't let people in, it makes it look like you've got something to hide. Matt Kellogg, let me come to you.
Because you do, bro. But no, I'm sorry. I'm still baffled by the fact, thank you very much, coherent contradiction getting me closer to that beautiful 2,000. We have 2 days to reach 2,000, and if we do, then the first step of the eternal jihad against advertising will be successful, and we will push forward to the enlightened age of an Atlas Yugopnik Twitch experience. So welcome, my beautiful child soldier. Welcome to the fight. But I'm still baffled by the fact that he just like outright said... you can prove that Israel is based because even if you look at the data coming out of Gaza, we are super based because we actually don't kill a lot of civilians. And we're like super good at like targeting enemy combatants and not killing civilians. If you need to pick a demographic category out of the victims of the Gaza genocide, the biggest and most prevalent demographic category are kids. And this man yet uses that very same statistic. No, we're just lying at this. Like, why am I even analyzing this? Just like he lied. And Piers Morgan is such a fucking cock nincompoop. I said the word nincompoop. God help me. Like he just didn't even address. He was like, oh, okay, I'll take that point. Terror babies.
Look, that's the case for Israel. Alan makes no, pretense that he's obviously completely on that side of the fence on this debate. Where do you sit with this?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, listening to Alan, it's like the ravings of a madman. We're 14 months into a genocide, which has been documented, the most documented genocide in history. You have the ICC asking for...
More than Nazi Germany? Wait a minute. More than Nazi...
More than Nazi Germany! Oh my God! Oh, he handed him that. He got him. He gave him that one. He gave him that one. There's now call him an anti-Semite. Just get right in there. Just call him an anti-Semite. Like that. Fucking knock him out, Dersh. Oh fuck.
Nazi Germany, the most documented genocide in
documented,
history. More
documented,
than the murder of 6 million
people
Jews.
can see it. I didn't say the amount of people.
Wait a minute. What are you doing on television if you
think
say
the amount
that
of people,
this is a greater genocide? Documented genocide than the Nazi Holocaust.
That wasn't documented as it was happening in the same way. That wasn't documented in the same way while it was happening.
Nobody should listen. Nobody should
Why don't you let
listen
me
to
speak?
a word you're saying.
You only
You're
can
a
speak over
bigot
people
and an
because your arguments have no validity.
To argue
there isn't a
that
West
it's a
Roaring
worse
Owl.
genocide than the
Why don't
Nazi
you just
genocide.
she needs to add this. Oh my God, America's is so fucking cooked. You gotta add that he's Jewish in order for him to be able to make this point. But it is a gotcha against the big like anti-Semitism guy. But no. Now they have the new thing. You know the new thing? Self-hating Jew. That's the new thing. That's the delicatessa, straight, mamma mia, Rosaria, straight out of the oven. Oh, self-hating a Jew. It's a fucking perfect. Oh, la 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 la.
Look, shame on you.
Shame on you. Shame on you for defending a genocide and using the memory of the people who died in the Holocaust to justify that genocide. It's disgusting. And I had family who died in the Holocaust. I find it disgusting that people...
I'm giving you sounds that are actually happening as this debate is going on.
Like you weaponize anti-Semitism and weaponize Jewish suffering to justify another genocide which is happening now. But let me answer the question. If you weren't...
They're using nominally Jewish now. Holy fucking shit. Weakest Yugopnik enjoyer. What the fuck? What the fuck is a nominal Jew, bro? Straight out of the oven. Am I just cooked in the brain? Is that very... What the fuck? No, that's not what I... Toasty? Fuck you. Like, Toasty. What the fuck? That is not... Oh my God. That is... I was being Italian making the pizza. Oh, Lord. Leave it to chat to fucking...
That's so rude. Maybe we could get some...
Toasty? What the fuck? Okay, so I'm cooked in the brain. No, you're just a very, very, very nice person. So you're being protective. God bless you. But, dude, that was not intentional. What the fuck? What the fuck?
But I think partly the reason you argue like this is because you know you have no valid points. Let me go back to the issue at hand. The genocide is the most...
Thank you, though. I know your intentions are good. No worries.
...documented genocide in history. We've been watching on our phones for 14 months. Just be quiet for a minute. Do you know how to do that? I didn't interrupt you.
No,
behave.
You can't make
behave
those
like a normal
kinds of
person.
Behave
Behave
like national television.
Alan, let him at least explain the point he's making.
Do that. Sorry.
Alan, he's talking about the use of mobile phones. Clearly, they didn't exist in World War II.
Exactly.
So let him make his point in totality. Then we can query its validity.
That the Nazis themselves...
Right, but Alan, let him finish his point.
OK, so The Lancet, an independent medical journal, recently published a piece.
Also thinks he can thread this needle because he's nominally Jewish. I look forward to helping prove him wrong. Nominally Jewish. What the fuck does nominally Jewish mean? Nominally Jewish is pathetic stuff. It's a very anti-Semitic thing to say. Former APOC, go fuck yourself. I heard there is extensive recent literature on one's level of Jewishness. However, I cannot read most of them because they're all in German. Oh, yes, Nazis documented the Holocaust, but it wasn't fucking live streamed out of the camps on TikTok. Exactly. It's an anti-Semitic dog whistle that means Ossoff doesn't support murdering Palestinian kids. It means he's a bad Jew. It's anti-Semitism. Jewish blood quantums are back, baby. Oh, Lord. Oh, fuck me. Chat, all of those who are chatters but not subs, you are nominal chatters. Oh, fuck, man. Dude, it's find me a Zionist that ain't rooted in anti-Semitism and I will fucking sell you a bridge to San Francisco.
That 186,000 people have been killed in Gaza. A lot, 70% of those women and children. You're talking about a genocide. And to be honest with you, we have the evidence is in. Yoav Gallant, one of the ministers, or the defense minister that's now sacked, that is one of the recipients of an arrest warrant from the ICC, he went on TV early in the genocide and he said, we are dealing with human animals and we will withdraw all water, food, and electricity from 2.3 million people, half of them children. Let me finish. That is genocidal rhetoric, and they carried it out. They've been launching an extermination campaign in northern Gaza, in Jabalia camp, wiping out.
Well, no, the Dersh needs them to like tattoo it on their foreheads. And then a live stream 360 no-scoping children. And then he'd be like, oh, that is enough evidence? No, he would still not say that is enough evidence.
Whole scores of people. There's been massacres.
Because Dersh, as we've defined it earlier, just hates kids. The guy really hates kids. That's the thing. He's not even that much of a Zionist. He just sees the idea of killing so many kids and harming so many kids, and he's like, I must support it. He's the ultimate anti-natalist. He believes in either the eternal fucking of kids or killing of kids. Because at this point, that is what he has dedicated the entirety of his career to. The essaying of children and the murder of children.
Because every day, 100 people often die every single day. It's clear to the whole world. You are in the minority and the walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. 125 countries, if Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, who are wanted war criminals, step in, they will be arrested. And thankfully, the ICC saved the reputation of international law, because one of the disgraceful things about the ICC arrest warrants.
Yeah, we were all surprised. We were like, holy shit, a standard international institution actually doing its job, which that makes us so fucking cooked that we were even surprised, because we were like, you know, nobody's going to do anything about this because, you know, unipolar world, nobody fucks with the states being the only world superpower dictate what is justice and what is not, blah, blah, blah. We talked about this 700 times. And then, you know, they did something pretty G, and we were like, holy fucking shit, bro.
It took so long. The whole world has been watching this. We all know what's going on. You are the minority. The whole world is appalled by what we are supporting. Can I make one more point?
Yeah,
Sorry.
quickly, yeah.
One thing you said was correct. This is not just Israeli war criminals we're talking about. We're talking about war criminals in London and Washington too. I'm in London now.
I like this guy. What's this guy's name? I fuck with this guy.
I want to talk about the participation, not complicity, participation of my own government.
And do you agree that Palestinians...
He's so based, I just dabbed. He's so based, I transported to 2018.
They've committed war crimes too in the past.
Yes.
You do?
Yes, but the point about the ICC arrest warrants, which is why Alan Dershowitz is having a fit, is because the ICC has always been used against official enemies. It's been a tool of imperialism. And for the first time, we are seeing justice done for Western war criminals.
Holy shit.
And their allies. Can I just make one more point?
Can I get /our guy/ in chat?
Piers Morgan were very, very good in 2003. You made the Daily Mirror into something we could be proud of in the British society because of your opposition to the war in Iraq. That Bush and Blair should also have been had arrest warrants for that illegal invasion, which killed up to 1 million people and destroyed a whole country. So we are in new territory in this.
Well, we are. Look, the difference I would make. People have asked me about that before. I did lead the media campaign in this country against the Iraq War, but because the Iraq War was enacted as a revenge for something that Iraq had nothing to do with. And I just thought that was completely outrageous and should never have happened, which is now really what the perceived wisdom about that war is. So they're two different things.
That this is a war against the United States.
Hang on, Alan. Let me bring in Jonathan, who's been waiting.
He's pitching to the Patriots. This is actually a war against the United States. If they arrest Netanyahu, they will literally go back in time and arrest George Washington himself. They will beat the shit out of Lincoln and put him in a cage. This is an attack on all of America. If they arrest Netanyahu, time will cease to exist, for space will get swallowed back into itself because of the time-traveling judges that will go back and arrest every single American president. Thank you, Ghosted RS, you fucking G. Welcome to the community, baby. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Speaking of ghosting and being like Ghosted RS, be like a Ghosted RS and ghost the ads that are going to play in exactly 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Who the fuck still wants to watch them? Be a toxic boyfriend with your advertiser and ghost them in the DMs and on Twitch /YugopnikTwitch. by becoming a sub for $6 a month or for less through Prime. Thank you very much. The ad will play in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Don't be toxic to your boyfriend or girlfriend. Be toxic to ads. Subscribe to Yugopnik. Thank you very much, Cam.
Patiently. Jonathan, you're a former IDF spokesperson. I've had you on the show many times. Do you mind if I call you spokesman, by the way? Because I can't stand all this people person crap. So I'm going to call you spokesman,
By all
if that's
means,
all right.
Piers,
You
call me
identify as a
spokesman.
man, do you? I mean,
Yeah,
do I have to check that?
Twitch, it's a toy. It's a toy. Fucking shit. That joke literally, I want a KMS. That joke. Let's hear it again.
Spokesman,
By all
if that's
means,
all right.
Piers,
You
call me
identify as a
spokesman.
man, do you? I mean, do I have to check that?
Brian, kill me.
I think you look like a man to me,
Yeah, yeah.
Jonathan.
In this day and age, we do have to check. But yes, I'm comfortable being
A spokesman.
called man and he. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, indeed.
Look. Whatever you think of this decision by the ICC, it is, as Matt just said, it's a highly significant moment that they have chosen to do this. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think it's sad, and I think that terror supporters and the Israel haters all over the world, they're having their moment of joy and enjoying the sun and enjoying seeing Israel suffering. They're enjoying to seeing this tremendous travesty, this injustice, this perversion of the international judicial system by the hands of a very suspicious and I would say controversial prosecutor who I don't know what his motives are, but I don't think that his motives are correct and clean motives. And I think that the process has been a totally flawed one. I think that all of the allegations are based on false and partial information. And I think that there is substantial proof, credible proof, even verified by non-Israeli sources that totally contradict all of the allegations.
But that's the problem
You
again,
can't
Jonathan.
say
Jonathan,
that Israel
hang
has
on,
been...
hang on,
Hold
Jonathan,
hold
Jonathan.
Just this point.
Yeah, but hang on. The problem is,
Just this point,
you say
you know,
that, but you say that.
just
Again, we
finish that
come back.
point,
We come back
Piers.
to the media being
Yeah, but
banned
just this
from
point.
going in there. If you don't let the media in,
I
then I'm
know
afraid,
that.
as a
Yeah, I
journalist,
know
I'm
that,
like,
Piers.
what are they hiding?
Yeah. And we've had this conversation in the past, Piers, and I said that the same thing that I'm going to say to you now, that I think that you have a point, and I've recommended for the IDF and the Israeli government to allow more media in.
But there's a reason they're
even
not doing it.
without that,
I agree.
well, I'm sure that there are...
Thank you, Lovely Denogra, for the gift sub. Thank you very, very much. Why don't you just let them go into Gaza then? Or if you are so sure that you can, that you are not doing what the ICC is claiming you're doing, then just go in. Just go in and prove your case. Isn't that what Western intellectuals have been telling us for what feels like forever at this point? There is nothing for you to fear from the courts if you are innocent. What's up, Rob? My boy. I hope you had a nice stream, baby. Everybody over here, go and check out Rob Rousseau, also known as Rob Russ, one of my favorite comrades up in this motherfucker. Thank you very much for the raid, and I hope you had a good one, my brother. Happy Turkey Day. We must remember on this day that Turkey above all, Turkey above all. Do the cockroach dance, do the cockroach dance. Hello, Rob listeners. It is a pleasure to have you. Enjoy today's Chud Watch as we watch Chuds be Chuds. Turkey, Turkey, Turkey.
Reasons, A, that it's messy, B,
Thanks again, Rob.
that it's quite a logistical responsibility.
Well, sorry, but that doesn't apply to other laws.
Is it true that he is known as Rob Russ in the pipeline? I refuse to call him anything else. My boy. But no, for real, everybody in chat, go follow Rob. Fucking basis shit.
That didn't apply in Iraq. It didn't apply in Afghanistan. It hasn't applied in any modern war zone that I can think of. The IDF has completely controlled this whole war in Gaza. And by not letting the media in, I'm afraid the longer it goes on, where the IDF don't let media in from around.
I mean, respectfully, we don't really need. I mean, of course, it would be better if media went inside because a lot of people in the West don't want to accept any information as legitimate unless a white guy in a suit in front of a camera says that it's happening. But for the rest of us, we have TikTok, okay? We have X, the everything app. And we get to see everything that is happening on the ground, quite literally, because people that live there post it. And then people double check if it's real or fake. And almost none of it is. It is very difficult to fake a video of a trigger warning apologies, a child that has been run over 15 times by a militarized bulldozer, okay, or a baby with no fucking legs. But sure, yeah, we need white guys in suits to confirm that that is actually happening, so I guess let them in. Great.
Around the world to actually verify what they claim is happening there, then the more that people are going to think there is no smoke without fire. And when you get the ICC now launching these charges, they're going to put those two things together, and Israel is going to be suffering as it is. So my question again, as someone who represented the IDF, is it is an act of self-harm unless they are literally covering up war crimes.
Can I just add one thing quickly?
Piers,
They've killed 188 Palestinian journalists.
They have killed a lot of Palestinians.
So that is part of the same. That's part of the same reason. They're covering up the genocide. That's why they won't let them in. That's why they're killing.
I'll bring you back in.
That's an important point.
Yeah, my fidget toys are guns. Oh my god, it's so elegant. I mean, no, you should dry exercise all the time, but obviously not with a real firearm, but a perfect copy. I argue that you shouldn't like dry exercise with a real gun, even when you're like 100% sure that it's empty. Dry running is just there are perfect replicas that have the perfect like pulling back mechanism that is as strong as a real one, like this one does. Like this isn't easy. You got them strong fingers, brother. And wear stuff out, exactly. So when you got a cheaper model or whatever the fuck, you get to torture it as much as you want, and you don't end up spending too much money.
If viewers are wondering where Katie's gone, we lost the connection. We're going to get her back. So it is two people from both sides. We're not trying
What happened to the Makarov? It's kind of ruined.
Overload against Matt here, but Matt, until Katie's back, I'll come back to you after John.
Can you just ask him to defend how 188 journalists...
Well, it is certainly true. Look, it's certainly true and relevant.
Do not interrupt
it's relevant to that.
You are.
Yeah, but Jonathan, it's relevant to the media debate part of this. That nearly 200
if I could just answer the question.
Hang on, I will. But on that point, I'm just saying, on the media point, nearly 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed.
Targeted. And killed.
Oh, let's speak about...
Let's speak about the target. What? You don't... there's two ways you can go about it, right? It can either be targeted, which makes you genocidal freaks, or it can be accidental, which in the case of the Gaza genocide and the numbers of civilian deaths being so high would mean that you are literally the most incapable army to ever exist in the history of humanity, and your state should have its sovereignty taken away just on that basis, because if you cannot run such a fucking small army, then you can most definitely not run a country, okay? So I can't wait to hear the argument, but whatever fucking direction it goes in, either literally the biggest fucking nincompoops, accidental genocidal freaks on the planet, or intentional genocidal freaks. I honestly don't know which one is worse.
Called Palestinian journalist. Let's speak about the outrage of international...
Get an M57 for true Yugoslavian experience. I have a real M57. Of course, my friend, dude. I have a real M57. So I have a real M57 given to me by my communist cop grandpa, okay? One that was actually used. Not very basic, he was a cop, of course, but still.
journalists and international media when it comes to
I have a gun license back home, but I'm an immigrant. I live in a different country, so I don't have a gun license here. No real guns. I don't have a real gun in this house. That's why I got the machete for, right? These are just fucking stupid ass replicas, dude, that I play around with.
so-called Palestinian
Are you in
journalists.
the motherland still or the U.S.? No, not in the U.S., bro. Jesus Christ. That's fucking terrifying now. I'm in another Balkan country, close by Slavic Balkan country. That's all I'll tell you.
Let's speak about the cooperation, the intense and systemic cooperation between so-called Palestinian photo and otherwise journalists and Hamas. Let's speak about the ties between them. Let's speak about how they have been working for Hamas, providing them with either information or being on their payroll, or being silenced by them, or being told by Hamas.
Dude, there's nothing new, man. There's nothing new. You guys got cucked by the ICC and you still can't invent a new fucking argument. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Like, dude,
what to say and what to do for years. I know this for a fact because I've seen it happen in real time, where international stringers or Palestinians that have been working for international media organizations
Hugo lives in Portugal, the most Balkan country of them all. Absolutely, dude.
in Gaza, instead of doing their job of reporting about the horrible war crimes that Hamas has been perpetrating, of hiding behind civilians, of using civilians as human shields, of firing rockets from within densely populated civilian areas, or digging tunnels underneath houses, or using...
Dude, it's a fucking... It's like vomiting in your mouth and then gurgling and then spitting it out and then making it into a fucking nice meal and then taking a nice fork and a knife and then like cutting it up and then like taking it back in. Sorry for all of you enjoying your turkey right now, but that's literally what it feels like. Professionally listening to these arguments 4 hours a day, fucking 4 days a week, man. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh. There's no amount of subs that can make up for that shit, dude. Hugo is in Minnesota. What do you mean? Dude, shut the fuck up, man. Come on, what the fuck? I told you in private, dude. Don't fucking tell them I'm in good old Minnesota, bro.
Using mosques or UN facilities. All of this, by the way, documented and clear, but it hasn't been reported because Palestinian media hasn't been allowed to report it.
Hang on,
Why
Jonathan.
not? Because Hamas has been stifling
hang
that.
on. It also hasn't been reported because the IDF won't let international media in. So I'm afraid it's not as simple as saying Palestinians won't report it.
That's not correct. No.
Well, I can go in tomorrow, can I?
Correct.
Can I go in tomorrow?
No.
No, I can't.
First of all,
I can't.
yes, I would personally take you in, Piers, even though I'm no longer in the unit. I would make sure that you would be able to go in and tour as much as you want.
You'll let me go anywhere I want in Gaza, will you?
I would put whatever ability I have and whatever influence I have remaining in the IDF on making sure that you would get wherever you wanted to go in Gaza and speak to whoever you wanted to.
But how many international journalists, and I know many of them, how many of them are currently in Gaza who want to be?
I don't know how many are in Gaza, but I'll tell you that's not enough.
I can tell you,
Yeah.
none.
I tell you.
None of them are.
Well,
have you read a report live from...
Well, listen. Listen. I gotta tell you. Listen, friend, listen.
Western journalists in Gaza? No, they're not allowed in.
You can.
There's a special level of cuckoldry when you get cucked live by fucking Piers Morgan, dude. You get like a trophy, dude.
Many have done.
You know you're an evil little ghoul when fucking Piers Morgan is correctly calling out your genocide denial.
Stories. Many have done stories from inside Gaza. Many have reported. Many have been.
Only people who...
Thank you, Bantowit, for the motherfucking 2 months, baby. Pierce on the right side, yeah, apparently. No, he's on the left, as you can see. He's on the left.
Done a report that's been literally with the IDF.
Like, Pierce has got like a normal journalist, spokesperson for genocide, and spokesperson for fucking children and genocide. And then a Balkan communist in a mask fidgeting with a fucking gun is reacting to this, and there's not a single phone in sight. Talk about living life good. What a wonderful world.
Yes. All the time.
This is what Martin Luther King died for.
In other words, a completely
Not only,
controlled
not at all,
environment.
not at all.
Can I
There
just
has
come
been
back on? Do you
CNN
support then the targeted
add-
assassination
can
of
I add-
188 Palestinian journalists? Do you support that? Because it sounds
Well, we
like
don't.
you do.
Well, hang on.
No, he just
Yeah, but
said.
Matt, to be clear, we don't
There's
know
no
they were
targeted
deliberately
assassination
targeted.
of
Well, we do.
anybody.
There is
We
clear.
do,
There is
actually.
clear. There is
We do.
clear.
I love how it's extremely important to determine whether it's third-degree murder or first-degree murder.
Suggestive evidence of something.
Yes, we do. I know we do. But even if we didn't, for the reaction being, hey, stop talking. Hey, you, stop talking. We don't know if it was intentional. We don't know if it was 180 intentionally killed ones. But sir, 180 journalists are dead. Yeah. But what about intention? But dude, 180. Imagine like you arrest a serial killer and he's killed 12 people, not 180, 12. And his lawyer, without even blinking twice, goes out to speak to the judge and to the jury and says, yes, there are 12 murdered people by my beautiful client. I don't know why I went all Trump with the fucking interpretation, but we don't know if it was intentional. I'm going to plead the case here that for all 12 of them, it was an accident. But sir, all 12 of them? Yes. One time it was a car crash. The other time, the guy just jumped out of a window. The third time, they just overdosed on medication and then stabbed themselves 17 times. The next time, they had a really big fetish about placing a gun behind their head while they were masturbating and then they were shot. The other time, 180 dead people. 180 dead people. Dead journalists. Who gives... of course I care if it was intentional or not, but how can you even ask the question or bring it up as a point? Oh, but we don't know if it was intentional. It's 180 dead people. Who gives a fuck?
The other day, the IDF put up a wanted poster.
I really hate how important they frame intentionality. Either way, they're either evil, and that's why they kill so many civilians, or they're violently incompetent, which is also not a good justification to allow a continued massacre. Exactly. I said that previously. Exactly.
For journalists in northern Gaza saying they were all affiliated with Hamas, basically echoing the same rhetoric, which is genocidal rhetoric and rhetoric which gets journalists killed. And you've basically... So I wanted to ask you, do you support...
Okay, I'm tired of these repeated fucking points. I'm tired of these repeated points. My beautiful, beautiful chatters, thank you very, very much to every single one of you who joined me on this great Turkey Day. Turkey über alles. Turkey über alles. Erdogan protect. Thank you very much for joining me today, especially all the guys who clicked the beautiful, beautiful follow button. If you're here and you have not yet clicked it, the fuck you doing, bro? It costs nothing. For all of you beautiful subscribers, thank you very much as well. And all my beautiful, beautiful Oilers, especially today's King of Kings, Benny Balls, for allowing me to get a bit closer. We will literally have only tomorrow as a potentiality of reaching our no ad November goal, which will be an interesting experience to see. I will see you tomorrow, same place, same time, baby. It is gonna be beautiful. It is gonna be nice. Thank you, hey Hachiro, you beautiful son of a bitch, for the gift sub as well. I can't wait to see you. Join the Discord channel. Follow me on Instagram. You got the name for the Instagram right here. It is, guess what, Yugopnik. Twitter and YouTube, not to sound too cocky, but you probably already are following or subscribed there. The Discord channel is growing. It's 4,000 members strong, and now it is very much more inclusive for the new members. To keep up with my schedule, check it out here. I post it every week on the Discord channel in hashtag stream suggestions as well. I really hope you enjoyed today's Chud Watch. I really did. It was a very, very chill, relaxed stream experience. Thanks for the beautiful subs that came in. Thank you to the mods, without whom none of this would be possible. Pa se vidimo skoro, da, brat. I will, because it is Turkey Day, I will raid the fattest Turk to ever live, Hasanabi. Even though it's still in the intro phase, I don't care. Today is Turkey Day. I send one to my people's oppressors. My ancestors are probably extremely ashamed of me, but what can I do? No matter how much turkey praise I do today, they will balance out with probably the hundreds upon hundreds of Turks that they've killed through their lives. Anyways, thank you very much for the stream. Enjoy, and see you tomorrow, same time, same place. It's going to be a good one. Motherfucker. Mwah.